It's an honor to welcome all of you to this workshop on the critical agenda of leveraging, especially AI, to boost labor safety, industrial resilience across the region. I would like to thank the Ministry of Industry, the Cambridge University, and the Lloyds Register Foundation for co-hosting this event. Your leadership testifies to the importance of the government and academia coming together in partnership with the private sector to accelerate progress on strengthening labor and industrial policies with digital tools. AI is fast remaking employment and labor policy landscape globally. Analysis tells us this technology could contribute to over $950 billion to Southeast Asia's GDP by 2030. Not surprisingly, ASEAN nations are racing to harness AI economic potential through ambitious national strategies and regional frameworks which are aligned to the SDGs. Indonesia is at the vanguard of this transformation. 1 in 2 Indonesian companies already use AI, with 95% of business leaders planning to adopt AI agents this year to transform their operations and boost productivity. However, a notable gap remains in the workforce readiness. Only 56% of employees understand how AI agents work. This highlights the need for upskilling and inclusive AI adoption strategies. This technological transformation will also come with systemic risks, which we are all aware of. These could undermine public trust and reinforce inequalities if governance fails to keep up with the pace of change. Even as digital trade is growing with enormous potentials, we are faced with growing threats to cybersecurity, cybercrime, and privacy-related issues. The worst affected are the vulnerable MSMEs and family businesses, which form the backbone of Indonesia's economy. For instance, the World Risk Poll highlights variations in how people perceive AI-related data and job security, industrial policies, and trade across ASEAN. We learned from the poll that nearly a fifth of the workers globally reported experiences of serious work-related harm, with 1 in 2 of the workers affected in Southeast Asia deciding not to report. Public views on the benefits of AI also remain more negative in Southeast Asia. And in general, women tend to be less optimistic about AI than men, which underscores the need for AI governance to remove structural barriers to equal participation in policy making and technological adoption. However, I also want to add that the UN had done a survey last year which showed specifically focusing on women and looking at issues of AI. And the survey showed us that women were more optimistic than men in their belief that AI would benefit them, right? So surveys tend to show different responses. We need to understand that we do not necessarily need to get bound by what the survey results shows. So today's event allows us to formulate evidence-based responses to these challenges in partnership with the government. Through broad-based dialogues like this, we can shape policy that not only anticipates risks, but also reduces them, so as to make workplaces in Indonesia and across ASEAN safer, fairer, and more resilient for all. So thank you very much, and terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, may peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Honorable Professor Emeritus University of Cambridge, Professor Sir Mike Gregory, United Nations Resident Coordinator Indonesia, Ms. Gita Sabarwal, UNIDO Country Representative, Sub-Regional Office in Jakarta, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste, Mr. Marco Camilla, all of the outstanding speakers and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, the national industry operates amid global economic disruptions from the effects of the protectionist policies, such as the Trump tariff effect, to geopolitical tension between the United States and China, and even open conflicts like Russia, Ukraine, and Iran, Israel. All of these have the potential to significantly disrupt global trade and supply chain stability. This situation has triggered a global economic slowdown, rising energy and raw materials prices, and weakening export demand. These factors have inevitably pressured the performance of the manufacturing sector, as reflected in Indonesia's Purchasing Managers Index, or PMI, for June 2025, which recorded 46.9, down from 47.4 in May. This PMI figure confirms that the manufacturing sector remains in a contraction phase. The contraction in June's PMI was driven by two main factors. First, businesses are still awaiting pro-business deregulation policies, particularly regulation that can protect the domestic market from influx of cheap imported products, which squeeze the market space for domestic industrial goods. The second factor is the adjustment of business strategies in response to challenging global and domestic dynamics, including shifts in demand patterns, rising production costs, and increasingly selective market preferences. In this context, many industry players are now focusing on optimizing the potential of domestic market, which contributes around 80% of manufacturing GDP. Therefore, protecting the national market and strengthening public purchasing power are crucial to maintaining the competitiveness of the national industry. The government continues to strive to maximize domestic demand as a driver of industrial performance, such as by optimizing government spending, especially at the regional level, and leveraging the momentum of school holidays and the new academic year in July, which is expected to boost demand for manufactured products. Distinguished participants, based on first quarter 2025 GDP data released by Statistics Indonesia, or BPS, the manufacturing sector contribute 17.5% to GDP. This figure marks an increase compared to the same period in 2024, which was 17.47%, and is higher than its full year 2024 contribution of 17.16%. Additionally, Indonesia's manufacturing sector remains a key driver of economic growth, job creation, and national export performance. Meanwhile, according to the World Bank's Global Manufacturing Value Added, or MPA data, Indonesia's MPA reached 256 billion US dollar in 2023, far exceeding the global average of 78.7 billion US dollar. This figure marks Indonesia's highest ever MPA, positioning it amongst the world's top 12 manufacturing nations and the fifth largest in Asia, trailing only China, Japan, India, and South Korea. Within ASEAN, Indonesia's MPA stands as the highest, significantly outpacing other regional economies, including Thailand and Vietnam. Furthermore, according to World Visualized Rankings, Indonesia's 4.9 billion US dollar trade surplus in May 2025 placed it third globally, behind China and Germany, but ahead of Russia and Malaysia. These achievements, as reflected by external sources, demonstrate the robustness of Indonesia's manufacturing industry structure, spanning upstream to downstream sectors, while refuting certain analysis suggesting the occurrence of deindustrialization in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, nevertheless, this achievement do not lead Indonesia to become complacent. The nation remains committed to sustaining and even elevating its performance. Close collaboration with UNIDO exemplifies one of Indonesia's key strategies to continuously enhance its industrial sector accomplishment. The cooperation between Indonesia and the UNIDO has been established since 1980, with the Ministry of Industry serving as the national focal point for Indonesia-UNIDO collaboration. This partnership has generally been implemented through the Indonesia-UNIDO Country Program, or IUCP, initially during the 2009 to 2013 period, followed by the 2016 to 2020 period, and most recently for the 2021 and 2025 period. This collaborative program aims to support Indonesia in enhancing national economic growth and advancing the development of domestic industries. We appreciate that this collaboration is moving forward with the ongoing establishment for the UNIDO Indonesia Program for Country Partnership, or PCP, for the next 2026 to 2030 period. Ladies and gentlemen, since the Indonesia-UNIDO Country Program 2021 to 2025 document was officially launched on July 18, 2022, various activities have been conducted to support the development of Indonesia's industrial sectors, which focus on enhancing human resource capacity and improving the quality of industrial production. On its implementation, various ministries and relevant institutions have been actively involved to ensure the optimization of these activities. On this occasion, the Ministry of Industry is delighted to be a part of the international workshop, How Can Digital, Labor and Industrial Policies Make Southeast Asia Safer and More Resilient, an initiative shared by the University of Cambridge, the UNIDO Sub-Regional Office Indonesia in Jakarta, and the Lloyds Register Foundation. Distinguished participants, this workshop is going to examine the integrating insight from the Lloyds Register Foundation water risk poll with other relevant data on artificial intelligence, personal data use, and workplace risk to tackle critical safety issues in Southeast Asia, aiming to inform policies that help save lives and enhance public safety. The Ministry of Industry extends its highest appreciation to all parties involved in this workshop and hopes that this workshop will deliver insightful results for all the participants. May this event proceed smoothly and bring meaningful benefits. Thank you.
So welcome distinguished guests, policymakers, UN representatives, academics, and partners to this international workshop in Jakarta. So let me express my gratitude to Pak Sharomi Atmat, Secretary of the Directorate General of Industrial Resilience, Regions, and International Access, Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. To Sir Mike Gregory, distinguished professor from Cambridge University and chair of the renowned Babbage Forum. And to Ibu Gita Sagarwal, our leader, the resident coordinator of the United Nations in Indonesia. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also online and in person. So let me share some headlines. The manufacturing sector faces mounting disruptions with tariff, geopolitics, and technological risk everywhere in the world. Despite this, according to our analysis, in Southeast Asia and Indonesia, a manufacturing job is still more resilient and safer than in other sectors. On AI, Southeast Asian and particularly Indonesian citizens view AI with caution, with only 33% believing AI will help society. This is below the global average of 39%. And women across Southeast Asia are less optimistic about AI than men, especially in places where digital inclusion is limited. Another important headline: how long could a household cover all basic needs if they lost all income? In Indonesia, 57% of families can cover for 1 month or more, but 9% of households can only cover for 1 week. So where all this data come from? Last year, my friend Carlos Lopez, director of the Institute for Manufacturing, part of the Cambridge Industrial Innovation Policy at Cambridge University, asked the UNIDO office in Indonesia to support a project called Policy Making for a More Resilient World in Southeast Asia. The project would analyze the World Risk Pool, WRP, a global survey produced by the Lloyds Register Foundation. This renowned organization that has collaborated with UNIDO on several activities and specializes in monitoring global risk and resilience is working for this project with UNIDO, the Lloyds Register Foundation, and Cambridge University to produce 4 policy briefs. And a summary of this brief is with you in your seats. So for UNIDO, we emphasize that the strong, productive sectors are essential for prosperity. And our research, analysis, and practical experience supporting policy making shows that manufacturing and industries are the base for more resilient societies. So this partnership is very timely, as Indonesia is designing policies that aim to reduce risk and uncertainties to build a more resilient society. Resilience is defined by the Lloyds Register Foundation as making societies able to withstand, adapt, and recover from shocks and stresses. When the government of Indonesia emphasizes food security, energy security, housing security, so these are closely related to the subject of the project and to our work. So today, this workshop will present the policy reports on AI, digital trade and resilience, on industrial policy and economic resilience, and labor policy and workplace risk. This workshop also brings top first-rate panels to discuss how to make Southeast Asia safer, more resilient, and inclusive. We will have 2 panels. In the first panel, we will discuss how artificial intelligence and digital trade policy improve resilience in Southeast Asia. And in panel 2, we will explore, can industrial and labor policy improve resilience in Southeast Asia? So please stay tuned today, all in person and online. So we will learn and have a great dialogue today. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to kick off with a few opening remarks, really to set the context for our discussions later in the day. A little bit about what's happening, what are the trends in manufacturing globally, a little bit about common myths. As you may know, in some economies, people have thought that manufacturing didn't matter. I'd like to persuade you that that is not the case. And then a few reflections as an outsider on Indonesia. The remarks are based largely on the work by my colleague, Dr. Carlos Lopez Gomez, and his team, who you'll hear from later on. And you can see on the screen there some of their earlier work on Indonesia, which goes back to a report for ADB on innovating Indonesia some 5 years ago. So what are the trends? Well, I think you know in broad terms what's happened over the last 25 years, but it is quite dramatic. The pecking order, if you will, of who is doing most manufacturing has completely changed. And our friends in China have staged an astonishing growth in their capabilities and output. But also among those exciting achievers is Indonesia, now the 12th largest industrial nation in the world. Not everybody appreciates how significant that is, I think. But things are getting a bit tricky. I don't need to tell you about the, shall we call it, volatility associated with the current US administration, and also some surprises that people didn't expect, like the emergence of AI capabilities in China. And so industrial strategy, which in some quarters is regarded as not necessary, people believe that the market will sort things out. Well, maybe it will sort things out one way or another, but maybe not to everyone's advantage. And so it's become entirely clear, which was not the case 10 years ago, that every country needs to consider its industrial policy, which sets the context in which its economy, particularly its industrial economy, can develop. And that picture rather shows the number of industrial policy actions, and I think fairly clearly you can see that they've grown dramatically over recent years, and the OECD recognized this when they talk about the return of industrial policy. And of course, 30 years ago, everybody was doing industrial policy. Then we went through a period where it wasn't so fashionable, but now it's back. And chairing a group, an international group on industrial policy, which started 10 years ago in unfashionable times, I'm rather delighted that we're becoming more relevant as time goes on. Even in the UK, where we had rather lost the habit of doing industrial strategies, in the last year, it's become absolutely mainstream in the development of broad economic policy for the UK. We've taken the view that we should focus on those sectors which have the greatest potential for growth, and that's being executed through detailed plans for each of those sectors, accompanied by some cross-cutting policies, which you see on the right-hand side there. I'm rather amused by the term a modern industrial strategy. I can't imagine anybody writing an old-fashioned industrial strategy, but we'll leave that on one side. So some myths, some popular myths, which you tend to hear being promoted by people perhaps who are less familiar with industrial policy than people in this room today. First, we're living in a post-industrial world. Well, that doesn't actually stand up to too much examination. If you look at the growth of manufacturing value add, you can see that it's a steady upward trend. And also the idea that, well, there aren't going to be any jobs for people in manufacturing. Well, again, you can see from the graphs on the right that there has been a very slight decline in manufacturing employment. It is, of course, very slight. And again, to reprise the changes in where manufacturing takes place, those lines are pretty dramatic, but of course also give lie to the fact that we're in a post-industrial world. So, manufacturing is an industry of the past? I don't think so. Of course, it's quite difficult to justify in quantitative economic terms, but there are many advantages in having a manufacturing industry which are more qualitative. Good jobs, economic growth, regional development, particularly important, trade balances, of course. Can you make things yourself, or do you have to buy them in? And innovation, and I think this is often forgotten. People talk about innovation policy, and economic policy and industrial policy as if they were different things. But of course, innovation, manufacturing is fundamental to innovation. If you have a really good idea, you can only turn it into a business if you have a product you can sell. And that's why manufacturing is integral to an effective innovation policy. And we tend to think about innovation being just a product, but of course it can be about your production system and about your business model. So capturing the emerging sectors is important. To the same point, if you don't know how to exploit your new ideas, then you're not likely to be very successful in new and emerging sectors. And again, as part of the industrial strategy that you've just seen at the beginning of this talk, there's an advanced manufacturing plan which goes into some detail about the particular sectors where we think there's growth potential, and then marshalling the policies behind that to support that intent. So manufacturing, not really so important. Well, it is, of course. And you can see here the extent to which manufacturing is important to economies, and even economies which some people might have said were past their industrial peak. Their intent is very clearly about growing the manufacturing elements of their economy. And indeed, that's clearly the intent here in Indonesia. At a meeting with the Ministry of Industry yesterday, it's clear that your purpose is to increase that essential part of the economy, which is manufacturing. So, slightly nervously, I reflect on some points as they affect Indonesia. And Innovate Indonesia, which I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, identified a whole series of reasons why manufacturing has been and will be important for economic development here. And to put a little bit of detail on that, again drawing on the work of Cambridge Industrial Innovation Policy, you can see how the emerging technologies can impact on the economy. And of course, it's very easy for people to say, oh, look at those technologies, they're going to make things much better, or depending on your view, much worse. The point is to try and identify clearly how particular technologies are going to impact on different parts of the economy. And that has to be done systematically, and that is an integral part of modern industrial policy. And competing internationally is increasingly difficult as the world changes around us. But again, in the report from CIIP, they identified particular ways in which people in Indonesia might respond to those changes. It's a country with enormous natural assets and potential, which many others are rather jealous, I think. So final reflections. Well, of course, I would say this. As a former professor of manufacturing, I'm likely to say that manufacturing's important, but I hope I've shown sufficiently that it really is in quantitative rather than just qualitative terms. Manufacturing policy is vital to make sure that we do the best we can with the assets available to us, particularly manufacturing capabilities and emerging technologies. And global collaboration. Very few countries can do manufacturing on their own in isolation, even the biggest countries. So the opportunities for collaboration are enormous, and it's absolutely clear that Indonesia will be a very welcome partner for many countries around the world. And to conclude, an example of that is the most recent publication from the UK about the desire and intent to build industrial collaboration with Indonesia. So I'm delighted to be here. Thank you all for coming. I look forward to the rest of the morning.
I have the opportunity this morning to present the work of some of my colleagues at the Institute for Manufacturing, but also from some of our colleagues from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. In this presentation, I will be talking about the perceptions of AI risks and the role of the policy in Southeast Asia. This is a quick overview of the presentation. I will start with some background about the work, the motivation and methodology behind our work. I will highlight some of the key messages from this policy brief. Then I will follow with some policy recommendations. So may I ask to use 1 minute if you have your mobile at hand, if you could scan the code or just go to slido.com and use the code of the event Jakarta. And this is one of the questions that was asked in the World Risk Poll. So, do you think that artificial intelligence will mostly help or mostly harm in the next 20 years? Thank you for all of you who have shared your views. So we have that 81% mentioned that it will mainly help, and we have 11% that perhaps it mainly harm, and then 4% don't know, and 2% thought that perhaps both or neither of these. So we will see how these perceptions compare with the perceptions that were collected from the World Risk Poll. As I anticipated in this presentation, I will talk about the perceptions of AI risk and to what extent governance frameworks can address these concerns. As we all know, artificial intelligence is raising many expectations about the potential economic and societal benefits, but at the same time, there are many risks and concerns that are being raised that could perhaps undermine public trust, but also have negative impacts on people's lives. And this may also reinforce inequalities. In the case of Southeast Asia and Indonesia in particular, this is even more relevant if we think about the cultural diversity, linguistic diversity of the region, and the importance of having diverse and cultural relevant and context relevant technologies developed and deployed. So for this policy brief, what we did, as was already mentioned by our speakers, we used the World Risk Poll, which is funded by the Lloyds Register Foundation. We used the 2021 round of this survey, which covers some questions related to artificial intelligence and data protection risks. And we complemented this World Risk Poll, which in 2021 covered more than 120,000 individuals across 121 countries. We complemented this database with information from different AI governance indices and different monitoring databases from different think tanks and international organizations such as the OECD. But to understand better the different nuances of these governance frameworks, we also applied an inclusive AI policy framework that we developed with a colleague from the Institute for Manufacturing. And we conducted a policy review of governance frameworks across the Southeast Asian nations. This has been complemented with consultations, with different interviews with representatives from the government, from the private sector, and across the different countries, and also from the. And this workshop is part of these consultations that we aim to use your feedback, your comments to improve these draft policy briefs. So moving on to the findings from the analysis of the World Risk Poll. What we found is that it seems that in Southeast Asia, people tend to be more cautious about the potential impact of AI. As you can see in the chart, unlike the perceptions of the audience today, if we look at the red bar in the chart, we can see how 33% of people think that AI may mostly help in the next 20 years, whereas the world average is 39%. In the audience, you said that more than 80% of you mentioned that perhaps AI will mostly help. So, but obviously, as it was highlighted before by the representative of the United Nations, this is an evolving landscape. So obviously this change, and as we get more information, as more governance frameworks are developed, perceptions of artificial intelligence also change. We also see that the region is the second most concerned about data theft. And this is, as you can see also from the red part of the chart, 43% of the people are very worried about their data, their private data being stolen when using internet or social media. If you compare with the global average, this is 21%. So this is what we analyzed, and this was also here. Thank you. This has already been mentioned, how overall we tend to see that women are less optimistic about AI than men. However, as highlighted by Ms. Gita Saborwell, this is an evolving landscape, this is changing, and also Dr. Camilla highlighted how these perceptions of artificial intelligence are also related to digital inclusion. So we also found that in those countries that tend to have better digital inclusion, in these countries we also see that the gender gap is lower. And also to mention that even though we observe globally and in Southeast Asia this gender gap, in Indonesia is one of the countries in the region and globally that sees the smallest gender gaps in AI optimism. And we analyze how governance frameworks may be related with these perceptions of AI. And I have also to mention that we know that this is an evolving topic, and there are many differences in how these governance frameworks are implemented, So we need to be cautious on how to interpret these results. But I think what we can see is that it's very clear that there seems to be a positive relationship between having responsible AI governance frameworks, and this could include having AI strategies that have some safeguards for human rights, that have some considerations on transparency, that consider also impact assessments, and other issues such as ethical procurement. There is also a positive relationship with AI capacity, and this refers also to the skills that policymakers and government officials have in relation to implementing these governance frameworks and enforcing them, and also the existence of relevant bodies that can enforce these policies. If we look more broadly on overall the governance frameworks around artificial intelligence, this could include strategies, but also regulatory frameworks. But also if we look at the digital infrastructure, we also see a positive relationship. So what we see is that it's not only about having the right skills among government officials, it's not only about having the right governance frameworks, it's also about having the proper infrastructure to deliver these strategies. And in this data infrastructure, there is also the quality of the data and the representative of data considered. And these patterns holds not only for the general attitudes, it also holds for closing gender gaps in AI. So in this chart, we can also see how both like governance frameworks, responsible governance frameworks, digital infrastructure, and AI capacity are also positive correlated with the perceptions of AI by women. But we didn't stop there. We wanted to understand better what were the different types of frameworks that were being developed and implemented in the region. So we applied this framework for inclusive and transformative artificial intelligence. This is a developed version of a framework that was published this year with my colleague Zoe Rupakia from the Institute for Manufacturing. And in this framework, we cover 8 principles. The first one is a positive and transformative purpose. So this means that if the policy considers that has some promotion to the use of AI for positive and transformative aims. The second one is if the policy has some considerations about the diversity of the teams that are developing this artificial intelligence application, but also the data that they are using and the focus, the approaches, if they are following or promoting any participatory approaches. Next one is around accessibility, fairness, and inclusion. Because if we want to develop AI applications and technologies, we also want that many people benefit from these technologies. So this is looking about to what extent these policy frameworks are including some considerations on inclusive innovation. The next one is on contextual awareness, making sure that the technologies are relevant for the specific context. The next one is on transparency, explainability, and accountability, making sure that it is very clear what these AI systems are doing, and if anything goes wrong, having mechanisms for accountability. The next one is environmental sustainability. This is just like having considerations about the environmental impact of AI applications. Then we have one on security and safety. And the last one is about if these governance frameworks have any consideration on what could be considered as high-risk applications for AI, and if there are any restrictions on this use. So we apply this framework. Yeah, thank you. Oh. One before? Yeah, thank you. Thanks. And we apply this framework to the different policies that we review across Southeast Asian nations. And what we identified is that in many policies do very well around positive and transformative purpose. This is, for example, the case of Indonesia. We found that in Indonesia there is a human-centric approach. There is also an emphasis on the use of artificial intelligence for sustainable development goals. Most of the policies score also very well on transparency, explainability, and accountability. However, we also identified some opportunities for improving, for example, accessibility, fairness, and inclusion, environmental sustainability. We saw like some interesting examples from Malaysia and Cambodia, but in other countries, there seems to be a limited emphasis on environmental sustainability, diversity and representation as well. It's an opportunity, and also trying to identify in which cases it may be useful to have some restrictions in the use of high-risk applications of artificial intelligence. And to conclude, just to emphasize some of these key messages where we found that there are the biggest opportunities for improving these frameworks, and emphasizing again that obviously this is a topic in development. These are governance frameworks that are evolving, are being developed, and we still need to wait and see how these are implemented and what type of frameworks tend to be more effective. But in general, I think it's very clear that it's very positive to foster inclusive and context-sensitive AI capacity and governance. We see some very interesting examples of how countries, for example, as Thailand, they are developing their own large language models. The same in Singapore. There is this project Moonshot in Singapore that is being also developed. There are also opportunities for having more gender-responsive initiatives. In Indonesia, there has been some emphasis on this. In Cambodia, we also identify similar approaches. There are opportunities to strengthen legal and institutional foundations for responsible AI. Most of these considerations tend to be voluntary. So there are some discussions that perhaps can have take place with private sectors and identifying which cases perhaps we need to enforce some of these regulations. Then there are many opportunities to advance regional harmonization of data protection laws, and this will be also covered in the next presentation by my colleague Carlos Lopez. We all identified that the ASEAN guide frameworks and the different policies that are being developed at regional level are very comprehensive. So usually they go beyond the national policies. So there is a big opportunity there to leverage these regional initiatives to inform national policies. And finally, I think we also think that there is a big opportunity for the region to pioneer some environmental impact measurements for AI in Southeast Asia. There are many good examples also from the ASEAN guide on AI governance. There are some considerations on tracking this impact, reporting, and impact assessment. But I think, yeah, there are big opportunities leveraging the initiatives that are already being developed in the region, and that we'll be discussing in the panel this morning. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Ministry of Industry, Mr. Ahmad, for receiving us, for talking to your team yesterday as well. It was a very enlightening conversation to understand what are the needs in Indonesia and how us from Cambridge can try to do some work, some research, and activities that support the activities in Indonesia. Okay, my presentation today, I'm cheating a little bit because I was not part of this team, but unluckily, Dr. Karishma Banga, who is the main author, couldn't come here today. She's in New York at the moment. So she asked me to present on her behalf. So please excuse me if I make some mistakes along the way. The topic is digital trade and digital economy across Southeast Asia and specifically in Indonesia. What do we mean by digital trade? So simply put, is all international trade that is enabled by digital transactions. So this is digitally enabled transactions in goods and services that can be delivered either digitally or physically, involving consumers, firms, and governments. So there's a lot of interest about the digital market because, as you know, more often than not, we're buying stuff online, we're delivering stuff online, and our life is online. So in ASEAN countries, the digital economy is sizable. Just in 6 countries, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines, the value of the market is around $20 billion, 19 US dollars in 2023. So there is interest about how these conditions in the ASEAN economy, rising internet penetration, younger populations using digital tools, and growing regional integration can actually support the growth of the digital economy. So there are opportunities as well. There's a lot of interest in how do we use this digital economy to enhance the integration between countries, to access global markets as well, not just limit ourselves to this region, but access markets abroad, and how to improve competitiveness of firms, because now they have access to larger markets, they can have more clients. But also, as these opportunities become evident, so are the challenges. So one of the challenges is that ASEAN countries and countries overall have different type of regulations, different type of frameworks about digital trade. So it's not always easy to share the same regulations across countries. The trade policy frameworks diverge, and there's a lot of now new trade agreements between individual countries, so bilateral countries, but also regional ones. There's also concerns about the potential of AI on labor markets, data privacy, and misinformation. So just to illustrate these challenges, we have this graph here, and what it shows is the percentage of the population worried about their potential, their personal information being stolen by companies. So you can see that is very high. According to the work risk poll, is around 80% of the population in ASEAN economies of Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam are worried about their data being stolen. So many people really worried about this as our lives become more digital. So the policy brief that my colleagues developed took a look at this and asked themselves, how can we use, how do the policies around digital trade and digital trade negotiations be used? And what are the lessons learned for ASEAN economies on digital trade policy? So it integrates data from the World Risk Poll with other relevant sources. So they have a great resource around digital trade agreements. It's called TAPET. So that database actually lists all the trade agreements and takes a look at what is inside of each of them. There is data from the United Nations as well and from the OECD. And we look at what are the policy recommendations that might be relevant for ASEAN to address the risk emerging from these growing digital markets. Now, the first thing that my colleagues found is that in digital leaders, so these are countries where digitally delivered services, DDS, exports are about the median level. The population is worried about their data being used by companies. So the more the countries are exposed to digital economy, the more people get worried about it because they start to understand it better. So it's an interesting finding because you can see how our perceptions change the more we understand the technology, but also the more we are hearing about these data risks as our lives go online. Second one is that as data risks increase, countries become more close to digital trading services. So this is interesting as well because in the future, countries will need to decide how to engage in digital trade agreements with other countries. So what my colleagues have done here is to take the data from the World Risk Poll with the OECD's Digital Services Trade Restrictiveness Index, DSTRI, and what it shows is as the share of population worried about data being used by government increases, they also become more restrictive about the digital trade. But this is different if we compare developed countries and developing countries. So the positive correlation in high-income countries means that they might have higher capacity and willingness to regulate and protect national data. And the negative correlation in low-income countries suggests that these countries may be more focused on the economic benefits of digital trade and are less able or willing to impose restrictive measures. So while high-income countries can afford to prioritize data sovereignty and privacy by closing off digital trade, low-income countries face trade-offs where the benefits of remaining open to digital trade may outweigh the perceived risks associated with data misuse or surveillance. Now, data risks encourage digital trade regulatory preparedness. So as data risk increases, countries tend to enter into more trade agreements with digital trade provisions. Digital trade provisions means that when they go into these agreements, they have a lot of caveats. So I'm only going to have this trade agreement with your country if you comply with the following agreements and the following frameworks. So most common provisions are data privacy, facilitation of e-commerce, or online consumer protection. So some of the tools that the government has in negotiating these trade deals to make sure that the data concerns from the population are taken into account. Next one, please. So what you can see in this one is that countries then need to have this policy space. So it is very important for the governments then to understand, as the digital trade agreements are negotiated, what are the tools that they have to protect data privacy and all the restrictions that we mentioned before. So the positive correlation between worries about data being used by companies and maintaining policy space on cross-border data flows in trade agreements reflects the desire of governments to protect national interests, particularly around data sovereignty and privacy. Next one, please. So this table shows the policy space that we have mapped an ASEAN country. So what you see, all the countries in the ASEAN, but I think we're missing one country there, and what kind of conditionalities they have in the trade agreements. So you see, for example, some countries prefer the local storage requirements. That means that the data of users are stored in servers in the country. And you see countries like Malaysia and Cambodia that require that in the trade agreements. Or the ban to transfer and local processing requirements. So not sending the information abroad. And the last one is, sorry. The lack of participation in trade agreements with binding commitments on data flows. So I cannot see the screen very well, so I'm looking at my note here. So basically what the policy brief does is maps the digital trade agreements that countries are getting into, including at the ASEAN region level, and sees what are the provisions that different countries are prioritizing. Next one is, so it's about AI hype, as my colleagues call it. So the more people are comfortable with AI, the lower the digital restrictiveness index is. So their economies, so the countries with a higher share of population that think that AI will help, just like the survey before, they tend to have more open economies to digital trade and services. So quite logical, like population becomes more comfortable with AI, and they're also having more openness to digital trading services. However, this changes a little bit across low-income countries and high-income countries. So you see then the implication is that you have different levels of development in terms of the understanding of the risks and different levels of responses from different governments at different levels of development. So the policy implications then are as follow. So our colleagues have recommended that embedding a risk-based approach into digital trade agreements in relation to AI and data flows, balancing free trade flows with data sovereignty in digital economy framework agreements, exemptions to data flow commitments based on national security, safeguarding data privacy and ethical AI. Introducing a robust mechanism for enforcement and dispute resolutions concerning data and AI risk in the digital economy framework agreements. So because the perceptions of digital risk and responses to digital risk vary across countries, depending on the level of income and digital integration, there is a need for a flexible and context-specific approach to data governance and AI. So it's very difficult to come up with an ASEAN-wide one single recommendation because there are some restrictions, people are perceiving it differently in different countries, and there are different priorities to national security in different countries as well. Finally, context-specific and actionable guidance such as the ASEAN Guide on AI governance and ethics on monitoring, auditing, and accountability in AI systems are quite important. They're very good guidelines. And as we see in some other regions, the challenge, however, is how do we take these guidelines that have been agreed and that they're very leading globally into implementation, especially when the conditions change from country to country. Developing an understanding of the possible data privacy concerns and issues related to generative AI in trade agreements. So for example, the UK-Singapore Digital Economy Agreement seeks collaboration and cooperation on issues and development related to artificial intelligence, including the ethical use, human diversity, and unintended biases. So actually, the digital economy agreements then can be one of the tools or one of the motivations for countries to improve the protection of our digital lives, our privacy, and the safety concerns that people are voicing. So again, much more information on your briefs with you. And we're going to have now a great discussion chaired by my colleague here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Carlos Lopez Gomez, for the inspiring presentation. We will now proceed to the question and answer session. So then I would like to invite Dr. Carlos Lopez Gomez and Dr. Jennifer Castañeda Navarrete to the stage again. We warmly welcome questions from both our in-person audience and online participants. Please feel free to raise your hand or submit your questions through the online platform.
Thank you. Selamat pagi. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's really nice to see all the data and the outcome. I would like to ask Dr. Carlos one question about the relationship between data flow and trade agreement. I think it's on slide 57. I don't know whether if we can have the slides here or you can just refer to the slide. So in the slide, it mentioned that the relationship between data flow and trade agreement is not necessarily causal, it's just correlational. So what would be your recommendation to confirm the causal relationship between data flow and trade agreement? Thank you.
Well, I think I'll have to go and maybe if you want to complement. I think the whole policy brief is we have the data on the work response and we try to correlate with other data flow. So not only that graph, but all of the other graphs have this note that graphs just present the correlation, but not the causation. So it doesn't mean that one variable causes the other, but it's interesting to see that as one thing grows, the other one as well. The question on how do we prove the actual causation between data flows is probably a more complex one. There are some decisions that are made at the national level about localizing data, some restrictions about how do you deal with the data when it crosses the borders. So for example, having it stored, having it open, and there's some restrictions from the countries where the actual data companies come from that have their own requirements. If, for example, the US has requirements for the data companies to store data that is not even from the US. So that is interesting because some countries where these big tech companies come from might have a lot of power over the data of other countries. So that's why it makes sense to understand what is the position of each country about how they regulate the data and the localization requirements that the policy brief talks about. I guess I will take the difficult question to my colleagues about investigating the relationship, but I don't know if you would like to add something, Jennifer, to that.
Yeah, right. I think Carlos covered it quite well, but I think, yeah, I would agree on the qualitative side of this, trying to understand why some countries decide to go to some of the restrictions. And that's why we are also conducting consultations, because there are very interesting relationships. I think Singapore is a very interesting country where you can see a very strong AI framework, for example, but at the same time you see people concerned. And this happens also in other countries because they have more information about AI, they are more aware of the risks, so at the same time they have more concerns. So I think, yeah, it varies across countries.
Thank you for the questions and answer. Do we have any other questions from the floor?
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dedang. I'm from National Innovation and Research Agency. I would like to ask to Ms. Jennifer. You said before that in your recommendation that we need to strengthen the regulation of AI. But as we know that in Indonesia, we still adopt a soft law. It means that we don't have any regulation in terms of act or regulation government about AI regulation, but we have, like in Indonesia, we call it surat edaran. As we know that different country maybe have different contexts for need of the regulation or such as ethical letter or something like that. What do you think, in your opinion, about in the case in Indonesia? Do we need the regulation in terms of act or regulation government to regulate AI, or just we need to have like ethical regulation, something like that? And what do you think if we connect it with the innovation itself? Because the regime that support the soft law, they said that if we strengthening the regulation of AI, it will reduce the innovation capability of Indonesian. So what do you think with that statement? And in this context, do you think in Indonesia we need to have act or government regulation of AI, or we just need to have ethical letter of AI? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think perhaps because I went quite fast with the policy recommendation. No, I think obviously this is something that country by country needs to be decided. This needs to be a participatory process, and it is the people from Indonesia that needs to decide what is the best approach. I think I was just trying to highlight that perhaps in some like high-risk applications, there may be some opportunity there to restrict the use. But I think in general, and we can see different countries around the world that are taking these different approaches, are more risk-averse and regulating, or more pro-innovation, having more voluntary guidelines. But I think, and And I think at this point, this is quite new. These governance frameworks are quite new, and we're seeing how they are implemented. So I think we need to see how it is working and having the flexibility to adapt and to address any issues that emerge. But I think the right answer is what people decide, having a participatory approach, because we have also seen that if you have more digital inclusion, people are more involved, you will have better perceptions of artificial intelligence and data protection.
Additional question, sorry. Do you have any best practice in other countries that probably you can share about some countries that adopt regulation of AI or just like ethical AI? Do you have like history or experience or something you can share about best practice in other countries? Which one is better and which one is more correlated with Indonesian case that it can reduce the worry of the people in your country about the AI impact, but we still have innovation capability without the worriness of AI. So what do you think? You can share about other countries' experience. Thank you.
I think it's a very new topic, so I think we are still seeing how these initiatives evolve, but like some initiatives that are very clear, and we know from experience in other areas as well, like skills development tends to be very positive, and you are not being very controversial in the sense that you are regulating or not. Is really informing people, developing capacity. So I think having also local capability to develop these technologies, I think is very clear that in other technologies this is very positive, because then technologies are adapted to the context. So I think, in terms of developing skills, we have seen several examples on governance frameworks that seem very progressive. But I think also the challenge is how these are implemented and enforced. So I think, we can see different examples, but I think it's too early to say this works or this doesn't work. Let's see how this evolves. And I think having the flexibility and a participatory approach to address any of the issues. I think also one of the opportunities that we identified is how you address if an AI system was already deployed and it has negative consequences, then how you address that, how you repair any damages that have been done. I think having these mechanisms and working together with the private sector, with the academia, so that the approach that is decided is really fitted to the particular context. Thank you. And just to emphasize, I think as Carlos mentioned, the ASEAN AI guide is very comprehensive, and now this has this extension on generative AI, and it has also a roadmap on responsible AI. So I think this is very good guide, and it's something that was already discussed and in some way arrived to some consensus across the different member states.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, Carlos and Jennifer. Congrats for the very insightful presentation. It's great to hear about AI nowadays, because I remember back in 2019, probably the survey that we did with Cambridge. I'm Dandi Rafid Randi. You can call me Dandi. I'm from CSS Indonesia. The survey that we had back in 2018 and 19 is actually, we had surveys around 500 firms, and it's only less than 10% that actually aware about AI. But nowadays, I think everyone knows AI. So I think it's always a good indicators. My first question is, I would like to seek clarification about the data that you use. You mentioned about the survey that it's actually was conducted in 2021. I'm not sure I get it right, but I think if you want to have survey, for example, if you have surveyed, for example, last year or this year, it's probably going to be even bigger, right? The awareness of AI, the ChatGPT and other stuff. So I think we might have a greater impact even regarding the AI impact. And my second question is related to the AI. I think most of the Southeast Asian countries are in the race of having this data center as one of their manufacturing strategy to capture the benefit of the demand of AI in the future. I'm just curious about, because I'm trying to connect between the digital labor and industrial policies. Do you have something to share for us, for example, here in Indonesia, on how to capture that kind of benefit? I'm sure that the Ministry of Industry also have a plan to have more investment in terms of data center, and probably a bit flavor about the sustainability of the data center, because obviously AI generates a lot of energy and emissions, but just a little bit about the green, because we at the CSIS also have some interest towards that research. Thank you.
On the data, we agree. I think this is one of the limitations with the World Risk Poll, that they only ask the questions around artificial intelligence in 2021, but this is a topic that we are raising also with the Lloyds Register Foundation, because I think it is a very important topic, and I think we need to keep updating. In the other policy briefs, we managed to use the 2023 data, but for the AI and digital trade, they only have this question for the 2021 round. But yeah, we are aware of this limitation, and it was also highlighted by the UN representative. This topic is changing so fast that we really need to keep up with the pace of change. Carlos, do you want?
I think, it's a good thing that you reminded us about the survey that we did together a few years ago. As we were preparing for this, we were looking back at the report, and I think we shared it with the ministry. And I think we had some discussion yesterday with Mr. Ahmad about the recommendation and the findings. And you're absolutely right. We asked this question to the companies. How are you using it? Where are you? What are the benefits that you're getting, and what are the barriers? I think the barriers, I wouldn't say they have changed that much. It's about the technical understanding, financial issues, but the level of awareness has changed a lot. I think we absolutely agree with that, and maybe we should do another survey together. And yeah, I mean, the point of the data centers is, data centers is an energy issue. So that has to do with the national infrastructure, and the greener the electricity system is in a country, well, the greener the data centers are going to be. But also it's important to understand, I think your point also leads to what is the opportunities for some countries to manufacture or to produce some of the infrastructure, the machines, the servers, the cables that are going to be there. So it's actually a growing manufacturing sector as well, as part of electronics. So I think we need to see this data center growth and the growth of the digital economy as a manufacturing. I mean, Professor Gregory will say everything is manufacturing, but in this case, it's manufacturing. I mean, the reason is high tech. It's not just the software, but it's because of the semiconductors and the infrastructure and the very complicated machines. And yeah, I mean, it is fascinating to see that more opportunities are growing for countries like Indonesia on the manufacture side as well. Challenges to green the electricity system, and obviously to make sure that companies are using the benefits of new technologies as well. So happy to have more discussions with you.
Thank you very much for this fantastic panel. This is a difficult topic, but we have a great panel to answer all the questions and the issues related with artificial intelligence and digital trade policy and how to improve resilience in Southeast Asia. In this panel, so we will explore the link between resilience, risk, digital transformation, AI, and how this is interlinked with public policies and what we can do in order to improve the integration between all these different topics that we are discussing day to day. So in this panel, we have Ibu Esther Sri Astuti Agustin, Executive Director, Institute for Development of Economics and Finance. We have Pa Remy Hamid, Senior Officer, Digital Economy Division, ASEAN Secretariat. Ibu Lili Yang Lead Advisor, Southeast Asia, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia area. And we have Pak Augusta Samodra Putra, Research Center for Sustainable Production System and Life Cycle Assessment, National Research and Innovation Agency of the Republic of Indonesia. So let me describe just the panelists. So first, Ibu Esther Sri Astuti. She's the Executive Director of the Institute for Development of Economics and Finance. It's called INDEF. And she's a professor and researcher, and having written on tax policy, ASEAN, and the middle income trap. And she is a key expert contributing to public policy debates in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. So Ibu Esther has been instrumental in shaping discussions around economic policies in Indonesia, and her expertise is not only recognized within the country, but also in international platforms where she contributes to dialogues on economic development and financial strategies. Pak Remy Hamid is a technology professional and former career diplomat with over 17 years of experience. So he currently serves as the Senior Officer for Digital Economy at the ASEAN Secretariat based in Jakarta, Indonesia, where he leads regional initiative under the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025. And before joining the ASEAN Secretariat, Pak Remy held senior roles in the Malaysian Administrative Modernization and Management Planning Unit under the Prime Minister Department, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and the private sector, including Panasonic R&D and Astro. Ibu Lili Yanin served as the Secretary General of the renowned International Economic Association, and she also is the lead advisor of AREA. Ibu Lili served as lead advisor also to the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, and prior to that, she was senior advisor on trade and investment at the President's Office of Indonesia from 2015 to 2016. And during your tenure, Indonesia advanced trade and investment policy initiative, including conclusion of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, the Indonesian-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnerships as well, and the Indonesia-Korea Agreement. And it's interesting, just so Ibu Lili has an upcoming book, The New Global Economic Order, right, later this year, edited with Professor Danny Roderick. And adding to this distinguished work, she has also co-edited with Gim Grossman on local content requirement. That is a major topic of industrial policy in Indonesia, robots and AI, and the Indonesian economy with Gordon Hanson and Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Pa Augusta Samodra Putra is a researcher at the Research Center for Sustainable Production and Life Cycle Assessment. This is part of the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, of Indonesia. And he specializes in life cycle assessment, environmental extended input-output analysis, carbon footprint, life cycle costing, and eco-industrial parks, because it's one of your major lines of work. So he got his PhD in bioresource engineering from the University of Tsukuba, Japan. And prior to joining BRIN, held research and development roles in both the private and public sector, including PT Pura Barutama and the Indonesian Institute of Science. And he also has been a researcher in Japan and South Korea. So let's go to business. Let's discuss on how artificial intelligence and digital trade policy can improve the resilience in Southeast Asia. And so let me start saying that perception of AI risk differs with common concerns. So every day, so we hear about jobs displacements, ransomware, cybersecurity. So there's a lot of distrust on AI. I will say the negative news almost dominates over the positive news. But so this is something that is an example that we have to keep opposite views on AI at the same time. There is also a recognition, even though, that the potential benefits are in the areas of healthcare and education. So our analysis shows that people in countries with responsible and inclusive AI governance framework show a positive view regarding the benefits of AI. So I want to start with Pak Hasremi on what are the main challenges that countries in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia, in ASEAN, in particular, face in developing and enforcing responsible and inclusive AI governance framework so people can trust AI. And then followed by Ibu Esther, who can tell us more specifically about Indonesia.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for having me, especially from the ASEAN Secretariat. So that's very good questions. What are the main challenges? Because if you want to solve the challenges, we need to understand what are the challenges. So first of all, in the Southeast Asia regions, the first challenge that we have is our varying level of readiness when it comes to digital infrastructure, right? So between all ASEAN member states, there are a couple of member states that have advanced digital infrastructures. Some have intermediate readiness, and some are still at the nascent stages. So this creates imbalance between the readiness between all the member states. So the first challenge is to narrow this readiness gap on digital infrastructure. So because when we have sufficient digital infra, we can get more people to be connected, more people online. And from this, when people get online, then we can have more literacy, I think, on AI literacy, digital literacy. And I think we have demonstrated this during COVID, that everyone learned how to use mobile phones, right? And it was due to COVID, actually, we accelerated digital transformation in ASEAN, right? We have, since COVID until 2023, we have increased about 300 million internet users, thanks to COVID, in our Southeast Asia. So yeah, that's the first challenge. And then the second challenge we have is on our regulatory and expertise capacities, right? And when it comes to regulatory, okay, AI governance is something that fairly new, I would say. We just started discussing about this topic around 3 years ago in 2022. At that time, generative AI was just booming at that time, right? ChatGPT came out, and then after the trend, after the boom of generative AI, then we talk about, hey, how can we promote a better AI governance? And then now the upcoming trend is, hey, how can we promote safe AI, right? Right? How we need to ensure that AI is safe for our use, right? And then there are more trends coming out right now, and so that's make it difficult, because whatever we discussed 2-3 years ago may not be relevant today, right? So we need to reinvent ourselves. Even for me, for myself, our discussion for 2 years ago is probably we need to update it, update ourselves, reinvent ourselves. What are the next the emerging trends? I mean, in the digital transformation. For example, now we are talking about the safety of AI. Then there's an upcoming trend on the agentic AI. So I think this is a very, very important topics, how agentic AI would actually transform the AI scene, and I think throughout the whole world, right? Will with agentic AI, will it replace human or not, right? How we can actually make it agentic AI to assist rather than replace. So that's why in ASEAN we are discussing this topic, how especially our recent focus is on the safety of AI, right? So that's the second challenges. The third challenges is about balancing the economic benefits against the risks, right? The risk of AI. So we understand that, okay, all ASEAN member states, they want to harness AI for the economic benefits. That's fair, right? That's fair. Everyone want to harness it, but at what, to what extent, right? At what expense, right? Because AI, apart from the benefit it brings, it also carry some risk, right? Whether it can actually replace us, and as well as the risk of bias, misinformation, disinformations. So this is a very important topic that we need to address. So that's the third challenge. And finally, the challenge that I would like to highlight is on the data governance complexities in ASEAN, right? So when we actually discussing the topic of AI governance in ASEAN, one of the main key pillar of AI governance, at least in our context in ASEAN, is on the data governance and privacy, right? So this is actually the enabling pillar for people to trust AI. And we note that in ASEAN, not all member states have data protection and privacy laws, right? As of now, which I actually checked again yesterday, only 8 ASEAN member states have data protection laws at the national level. So there's another 2 countries that we need to close the gap, right? And even for the 8 countries that already have their national data protection laws, they still need to assess whether it's still relevant or need to update this based on the current trend. So that's the fourth challenge. So to summarize the challenge, I think in ASEAN, because in ASEAN we are unlike the youth, right? ASEAN approach is consensus based, right? So this, to a certain extent, it can actually delay the implementations to solve the challenges that I highlighted just now, right? But then we have a certain way, because I think this is very unique to ASEAN, our consensus base, all right? Because it's actually keep everyone at the same page, right? Everyone needs to agree, then we can move forward, right? Probably it may not be different at the other regions, in the other regions, right? But then based on our readiness level, this is the best approach that we should, ASEAN should preserve as of now to maintain ASEAN centrality and neutrality, right? I'll stop here and give the floor to Ibu. Yes.
Thank you.
Wester, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Makro. Thank you, Mas. I agree with that already mentioned, yeah, about there are some challenges in ASEAN. However, in Indonesia, we still have many problems, yeah. First of all, yeah, readiness, of course, yeah, because not all Indonesian people ready or know about how to use, yeah, the smartphone, maybe, and etc. etc. And of course, second is about maybe I want to add one more crucial factor. We still have a digital infrastructure gap, yeah. If we have a digital network, yeah, in Java Island, it's different from outside Java Island. I have a problem when I come to a very remote area in Indonesia. So I think there's also challenges for us, yeah, to boost the digital literacy in Indonesia. And third is about regulatory challenges. As we know that particularly in private data protection, we can see in any news in media, yeah, that some of people also lose money from their bank account, yeah, because private data protection is still challenging in Indonesia. So people easy to get the identity card number and then using, yeah, that's, I think this very crucial to be regulated. And then fourth is talent shortage and skill gap, because as I mentioned earlier that it is related to digital literacy. If we have a skillful labor who really know about digitalization, I think it will be beneficial for the firm. However, not all Indonesian labor have a same frequency on digital literacy. And fifth is about security concern. As I mentioned earlier, that there is fraud, yeah, or cyber crime, that we should be aware about it. And the Indonesian regulation is not, yeah, is not designed yet, yeah. And then, of course, last but not least, is about cultural resistance. Yeah, sometimes for the maybe for the baby, now they are become a digital native. However, for the like for me, yeah, I also in Indonesian language we call it gaptek, gagal teknologi. But I think we can also enrich the knowledge to boost the digital literacy in Indonesia. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. So we see two major challenges, the governance and the security. So we recently knew that small and medium enterprises, companies that were victims of ransomware, they just went to the stream. So they cut internet in the company. So imagine the loss in terms of productivity and all this. But Ibu Lily, so can you tell us, digital trade in Asia is growing not only for goods and services. How or why AI can accelerate this?
Thank you. Well, a very good morning, everyone. It's really such a great pleasure to have be invited in these interesting conversations. First of all, I would like to congratulate the team for the accomplishments of the report, and we hope that discussions today can provide inputs to refinalizing your reports. Before I address your questions, let me share with you two simple observations. First, over the last 50 years, the global economy growth or accelerated increased more than 30-fold, from $3 trillion in 1970 to $110 trillion in 2024. This remarkable economic growth was largely contributed by openness. Openness in trade, investments, and movement of skills. Looking beyond 50 years from now and beyond, economic growth will be determined by digital transformations and AI. Core competitiveness will be defined by digital skills and AI capabilities. The second observation is that Southeast Asia has 690 million populations, of which 70% of the populations have access to internet, and 80% of those 70 have at least one transactions in digital trade in 2023. Okay, so that's how massive potentials in ASEAN's. Digital trade in Southeast Asia was recorded at $293 billion in 2024 and is estimated to reach $1 trillion by 2030. It will contribute 10% of global digital trade. So that's how massive potentials in Southeast Asia. Now I just want to highlight the challenges, if I may. I totally agree with the previous panelists. If I may highlight, there are 4 key challenges. One is data privacy and data security. The second one is competitions. How can we ensure small, medium enterprises have the same access to data as large firms? The third one is digital divides. And the last one is how can we ensure digital transformations and the use of AI to improve value added, but at the same time to mitigate risk. So to address your questions, how can AI accelerate? I think the key is that how can we ensure the use of digital transformations, industrial robots, and AI to improve value added for productive activities in Southeast Asia, but at the same time, we can ensure that we mitigate all the risk, including data security, and if industrial robots and AI can befall to irresponsible persons or institutions. That's something that ASEANs need to be united to ensure we have governance in data, we ensure cross-border flow with trust, as well as the governance. The second one, we ensure that we have regional governance in AI to ensure the mitigations of risk. And then the third one, we need to ensure how we can work together to close digital gaps. Because by having this kind of 3 efforts, we can optimize the use of digital transformations, industrial robots, and AI in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Lili. And I would like to have also the reaction of Pak Hasremi from the ASEAN context. But before, Pak Augusta can tell us how this AI plays in terms of productive capabilities in the innovation ecosystem and considering science and technology policy. So coming you from BRIN, we would like to hear more.
Thank you. It's very interesting. First of all, I would like to say congratulations for the team from Cambridge and UNIDO and the Lloyds for establishing one very interesting policy brief. But I pointed out one thing that this policy brief is, become useless if we not spread to all Indonesian stakeholders. So I think I pointed one thing. Pak Hasremi already mentioned about the infrastructure. Bu Esther already mentioned about the some kind like security, including Bu Lili. But I would like to mention about the education before innovation. So AI is not just in parentheses is ChatGPT versus DeepSeek. It's not like that. But AI is more than that. So because I was impressed in the morning that one slide from Professor Gregory mentioned about several type of AI, including 3D printing and IoT. So IoT is in the last 20 years is a hot topic. So I think it's also we need some socialization to spread this policy brief to all the stakeholders. And then in the point of the how to make the resilient society, so we as the innovation, research and innovation agency, so we use a lot of AI, including all AI not mean only for writing, but AI is mean help us for working in the laboratory and so on. But one thing is I would like to point that out is regulation is important, but I would like to point it out that in the practically, for example, education is more. Bu Lily said that 80% ASEAN people already use the internet, but if this 80% not educated well for how to use the safe internet is become terrible. So now I see that the scam activity and so on is they not only for non-educated people but for educated people also this terrible. And then security system should be established well, and I pointed out the one thing is education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pak Hasremi, your reaction?
On your questions or his response?
On trade and on education, I think those interesting points.
Yeah. That's a very interesting point, because when you talk about ethics, you need to educate them. So I totally agree with what you mentioned, right? The best educations has to start in the schools, right? We need to educate them how to use responsible and safe use of AI. So yeah, that's fair, and I also agree on points made by the other panelists on the literacy. As a very important point as well, because we need right now. I think when you talk about digital literacy, it's about AI literacy. Need to learn how to use, even for our childrens have. I mean, they are the generations that only exposed to have been exposed to AI nowadays, and they are not like us who had. I mean, we had our moments without AI, and now we are using. We are now embracing AI. They are not. So, because at the end of the day, we see the trends that we over reliance to AI to solve our issues. Right? We keep asking AI. We need to actually start to make our brains works more rather than just relying to AI. Right? So yeah. I agree on the part education. It's very important, because at the end of the day, when you talk about all the issues that we have in digital transformations, talk about governance, you talk about developing the innovation ecosystem, it actually point out to the very basic question, which is education. Right. So yeah, totally agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now moving to manufacturing and resilience. So this morning also we presented that one of the preliminary conclusions of this report is that there is a strong link between manufacturing and resilience. So if countries have strong manufacturing, so they can resist external shocks. No? So I want to ask you, Ibu Esther, at the ASEAN and Southeast Asian level, so how can countries maintain, expand their manufacturing capabilities? No? And how can AI and trade support this growth? And I would like also to know from Ibu Lily, your views on this.
Thank you, Dr. Makro, for your interesting question related to the AI to the manufacturing industry. So I think that's AI helps a lot. Helps a lot. First is data analysis and insight. So we can use AI to get insight more. Usually in the past we use offline survey. By using AI we can make it more efficient, and we directly we can also get insight and more information. And then second, we can also do the customer experience enhancement. Yeah, so we thought conducting a field work or maybe interview Zoom or by Zoom or by offline, we can also using AI to help us to get more information related on it. What kind of product that maybe the company should produce, yeah, should be market driven. Yeah, we can ask AI too. Yeah, and then third is about automatization and operational efficiency. So by using AI, we make the process shorter time, and yeah, I think it will be more efficient. And then fourth is about decision support and predictive analytics. So because the process is very short and more efficient, so it will make a decision. It will help us to make a decision very quick. Yeah, and then of course we can also use AI to proactive, yeah, problem solving. So yeah, I think AI helps a lot in the manufacturing industry, but also not only for the manufacturing industry, but also in other sector. Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Esther. Ibu Lily.
Thank you. In 2023, 75% of the adoptions of industrial robots were adopted by Japan, China, and South Korea. 75% of global AI and industrial robots. So this is a huge impact for Southeast Asia. In particular, the adoptions, I should extend not only AI, but also automatic machines and machineries, digitally driven, digitally operated machineries. And I don't want to promote my book, even though I always do. In my latest book with edited volume with Jean Grossman on robots and AI, we analyze at the global level, national levels, and we use firm database. All those analyses provide that the adoptions of AI, industrial robot, automatic machines will improve firm productivity either through increased product quality or increase firms' overall productivity. That's the sounding. That's the sound of the finding. But the thing is that we also analyze that AI, industrial robots, also bring consequences on job replacements and increase inequality, because the adoptions of industrial robots and AI will tend to increase demand for skilled labor and replace unskilled labor, because now firms use more industrial robots than unskilled labor. So that's something that we need to keep in mind, that on top of all these productivity gains, there are also consequences of adopting industrial robots and AI. I think the key message that we would like to convey here is that how can we ensure that the adoptions of robots and AI can be human-centered for improving human welfare instead of welfare destructions. And we also need to work on the social aspects, such as social safety nets and skill upgrading. Those something that we need to be preparing ourselves in advancing. So like for us in optimizing the use of robots and AI, we also need to anticipate this kind of risk from the adoptions. And if I may conclude, I just would like to highlight the results of this finding of the report on value added. When I begin my remark by highlighting the potentials of digital trade in Southeast Asia. I highlight on value added. So this is something that Southeast Asia, so far, we concentrate the digital transformations up to digital trade. But I like the key point that this report has made on how to optimize digital transformations and AI beyond digital trade, because there are so many use of digital transformations and AI for other productive activities on or how to increase value added in education, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in services, in health, and other sectors that can increase value added and productivity of the nations beyond digital trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yesterday, the team Cambridge University and we have a meeting with the Government Ministry of Industry, and it was interesting, and something that was highlighted is the potential of AI in productivity, particularly the predictive capacities of AI in manufacturing. And this will reduce energy, will reduce waste. So there are enormous possibilities in this area. Of course, we have to be careful with the threats and negative consequences of this as well, cybersecurity, privacy, but there are enormous possibilities to leapfrog development by using AI. Another example is precision agriculture. So this is there's a major agricultural sector in Indonesia and all Southeast Asia, and then this can be benefited by AI. Additional areas, mining also to identify the mining areas with more precision, and then reducing the cost of exploring. So there are a number of things to be done. But I also want to keep space for questions and answers, but before that, I would like to ask you on something that is more macro. That is, we all discuss about industrial policies. Industrial policies are back, as Professor Gregory said. Then we have these industrial policies motivated by national security. And of course, this adds a complicated dimension, no? When we implement industrial policies in a specific context. So how do you see how East Asian countries can reduce the risk and uncertainty, no? in order to make these societies more resilient? So considering all these different overlapping goals and different threats, I would like to hear from each of you your reflections. So please, please present.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Dr. Macro. Yeah, really regarding how to mitigate the risk, yeah, of using AI, I think we need to governing the cross-border data, yeah. However, we have I believe we have a trilemma of mobility and data monetization and privacy and security. So the national regulatory regime cannot uphold, yeah, personal data privacy and security while maintaining an independent internal data monetization mechanism. So data monetization and then private data security and cross-border data flow cannot work together in the same time. But we can also achieve only one of those conditions. Yeah, and I think we have secondly we have to governing how to do the cross-border transfer, because in Indonesia nowadays we haven't designed firm regulation regarding of the AI implementation. So we, yeah, I think there are some regulation, but not very technically rules. Yeah, as as mentioned earlier that we have a surat edaran. Yeah, we have a regulation or indicator who put on the RPGMN national long-term national planning, but we haven't designed the technical rules yet. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, just on this is that some countries, South Korea, for example, or India, so they say we don't need regulation. So yeah, let's do it one by one. I mean, please.
Supposed to answer that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a comment. Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to react to that.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with you. For example, for children who can use digital or digital information, in some countries they have a limitation. Yeah. In China, maybe children who are 9 years old, they can use they can get digital information from a smartphone by using smartphone. Well, in Indonesia, no limitation. Yeah. For example, my kid, she was born in the Netherlands, but she also digital native, so she preferred to watch YouTube, yeah, or any kind of movie. She liked it very much, yeah, because we don't have a limitation to watch YouTube, yeah. In some countries, I think there is a limitation for a certain age.
Perhaps, Remis, you can tell us about ASEAN and this regulation, this negotiation. So there are some other examples, the African Union or the European Union, when member states are participating in negotiating rules, but at the same time they complain, oh, this is too rigid. So what is the experience of ASEAN so far?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a very good question. So let me just try share when we developed our ASEAN guide on AI governance and ethics a couple of years ago. Actually, we conducted a global landscape study throughout, globally around the world on the best AI governance approaches. Yeah, so we actually benchmark from various countries. You name it, China, US. I mean, we also definitely look at the EU, and of course from the OECD, the UNESCO framework, as well as the UK innovation. I mean, your innovation approach. So and we throughout our global landscape study, we realized that there is no one size fits all, right? So we have to embrace an AI governance that is applicable and suitable to ASEAN, right? So we look at our readiness capabilities. We, like I said, we have different level of readiness. Everyone's still trying to grasp what is AI. Some are at the advanced, some are at the intermediate and at the nascent stage. And hence, that's why we came out with the 7 key principles of the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics. And within these 7 key principles, and we list some of them, such as fairness, inclusion, data governance, and also point mentioned by Ibu Lily just now on human centricity, right? So human should be at the center when it comes to AI governance. So the reasons we adopt a principle-based approach rather than the approach taken by EU, because ASEAN, we are a growing regions. We want to attract investment, right? We don't want to stifling the innovations. We don't want to say that this region has too much regulations and very rigid. Let's go to other region. No, we cannot do that because we are simply a growing region. ASEAN is the most growing region in the world today. We are the 5th largest economy bloc in the world as of now, and we aim to be the 4th largest economy bloc by 2045. And that's why we adopt this strategy for the principle-based approach. Not to say we will not, we will evaluate from time to time when our awareness is more, we have more readiness, right, more mature. We will look into adopting a more stringent approach like with the AI Act. I think we are not there yet. All right. Actually, we are also being cautious about having an AI Act in ASEAN because it's like about balancing innovations and its risks. So that's why we settle down with these 7 key principles, and we will evaluate from time to time. And the second point that I want to highlight is we want to promote more regional economy integration. That's why we came out with the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DEFA. I'm sure you have heard about it. All the members that are negotiating it right now, we aim to have a substantial conclusion by the end of this year. And this would be the first regional digital economy agreement in the world. Of course, there are some inter-regional, right? That has been mentioned just now, the Singapore and UKDA, right? There's more on the bilateral basis, but for the first regional digital economy agreement, DEFA is the first, right? And like Bulili mentioned just now, if we let it grow naturally, ASEAN digital economy will be 1 trillion by 2030. But with DEFA, we can double it to 2 trillion by 2030, provided we have an effective and robust commitment in DEFA. So if there is any negotiator here in ASEAN DEFA, because I'm also part of the providing inputs, technical input to the negotiations. So yeah, we hope that we can have more higher commitments in DEFA in order to realize the 2 trillion value, right? And I also want to share some very good success story in ASEAN, right? All ASEAN member states are, trying to build up their digital infrastructure readiness. Last year alone, more than 30 billion investment in data center, right? In ASEAN, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand, right? We have seen the investment from the tech companies, and that will help to build some regional capabilities, right? And I want to share some very good success story of ASEAN with the interoperable QR payment system that we have in ASEAN. So with this ASEAN interoperable QR, you can actually use your local bank in Indonesia and pay in other countries in ASEAN. Not many regions can do that, right? Right, you just scan your local bank QR in Singapore, in Malaysia, Thailand. You don't need to carry cash. So I don't carry cash anymore when I travel to this country. Right? What else going to China? I don't carry cash at all. Right? And second, I also want to highlight that we do have on digital trade, because this discussion is about digital trade as well, right? So in ASEAN, we do have the existing mechanism on the ASEAN single window, right? And this has been very successful to enable paperless trade, right? In ASEAN, and yeah, I think we have reduced the number of paper form up to 5 million copies as until last year, and now we are studying. Now we are developing a new generation of the ASEAN single window. We call it ASW 2.0. So where we will incorporate emerging technologies in the new generation. I mean, what do I mean when I say we promote emerging technology? Means we want to make it interoperable, right? Right, using emerging technologies. For example, I mean, we have not decided on what technology. It could be blockchain, it could be PKI, everything, but it has to be interoperable, right? So that's why in DEFA, with the total of 9 provisions under DEFA, one of them is digital trade. So that means how highly we evaluate. Actually, digital trade is the #1 provision in ASEAN because we want to enable digital trade, right? And then we also have on cross-border data flows, right? And this is one of the, I mean, I'm part of the supporting the negotiation. So I would say cross-border data flow is one of the most, the hottest discussion topic in the negotiation. Data localization is always a very sensitive issue, right? So, but at some point, you have to allow cross-border data flows, right? But we need to put some measures to ensure that data can move free flows in the region, because this is one of the concerns from the industry actually when we develop and negotiate DEFA, right? And maybe we can, some of the key takeaways that we can try to adopt is, to allow enterprise data to move freely in the regions, right? While personal data we can maintain within the national borders. So, but then we need to build local capabilities as well. So in ASEAN, we have a lot of initiatives. For example, we do have ASEAN Data Management Framework. We do have ASEAN Model Contractual Clauses. So this will actually mitigate and put measures to ensure that data protection, personal data especially, is protected, right? And now, earlier this year, we actually endorsed the operational framework for global CBPR. I think the global CBPR is from APEC. So rather than we reinvent the wheel, right, it's best to adopt global standards, right? So that we can facilitate free flows of data in the region. So this will actually, all these sub-initiatives are actually on voluntary basis, right? But the main part that can help tie the loose end is actually DEFA, because it's a binding agreement. So if there is any who join online and also from Indonesian government, yeah, let's aim higher to conclude DEFA by end of this year. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hasremi. Ibu Lily, so taking advantage that you are writing this book on globalization, I hope it is not the end of globalization. But now that industrial policies are motivated more and more by national security, and you have this technological race that is not just technology. So what can you tell us in terms of Indonesia and Southeast Asia in order to be better positioned in this new era?
That's a very tough question. Well, I think like when Trump issued using sections 232, using national security as an argument to endorse industrial policies, and it was then followed by other countries, it posed challenges not only for Southeast Asia, but for the global economy. And currently, Trump imposed tariffs using, again, a national security, trade deficits. This is so very false arguments. Again, it poses huge challenges for the global economy. And this kind of national security issues, I think ASEAN and other countries should be prepared, because the tensions between China and the US, like I mentioned in the beginning, in the next coming 50 years, it's about technology. It's all about technology. It's about data. It's about algorithms to optimize the use of data. Because at the end of the day, the monopoly of data is really controlling the world. So ASEAN, regardless these ups and downs in some tariffs, which now market seems don't care anymore, because we need to be prepared of this kind of uncertainties, right? This kind of uncertainties and rising tensions, that's something that ASEAN should be prepared. Because regardless, Trump imposed 32%, 20% to Southeast Asia, this kind of uncertainties will be staying during his administrations. Last night, probably one of the good things is that Jensen Huang mentions that he can export H-22 to China, which was previously banned by the US. The US banned exports of advanced chips to China. In the exchange of China can export rare earth to the US, which is very important for US semiconductors as well as airplane, military, and other equipments. So this kind of fluctuations of uncertainties and rising tensions between two major countries in the world will be phenomenon that ASEAN should be prepared. And I just would like to highlight what Remy mentions, as on top of DEFA, ASEAN's during Indonesia's chairmanships, followed by now Malaysia's chairmanships, ASEAN has been also developing ASEAN's Digital Community 2045 that will be highlighting on 3 key pillars. One is on politics, second is on economy, the third one is socio and cultural. So we are expecting this kind of digital transformations and AI will be affecting those 3 key pillars in the economy. So we need to be prepared on those 3 key pillars in ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Lily and Pa Augusta. So I would like to have something, going back to something more concrete. So we discussed in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia, about human capital. No? And how this plays in Indonesia when we discuss about the productivity of companies, how can we use these frontier technologies in order to support, to increase, and to promote the innovation, these capacities in firms in Indonesia?
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting. So I will at first answer your question. So about human capacity. So yeah, I think the first one, if we should have a proper methodology to calculate the impact of the human capacity in the manufacture industry. I would like to link this methodology to the question of Bu Lily, very interesting question. So how to measure the AI application to human impact or human or social impact. I worked several years in the methodology of life cycle assessment. The life cycle assessment itself, bottom-up or top-down approach by macroeconomy, it's not only talk about the environment, but we have the social life cycle assessment. So by this methodology, I suggest we can calculate semi-quantitative for how impact this AI application or AI applicability to increase the human index or human index for the manufacturer input. So they have this parameter. So I think this is in the future, near future, I hope I can propose to collaborate with the team to how to measure this parameter. So I think this is my question because all of the aspect already explained by Pak Remy, Bu Esther, and then Bu Lily. Thank you very much, Pak Marco.
Thank you very much. So I think we have some time for questions from the answer. So please, if you have questions, identify yourself and ask to the panelists. Any question, please? Please.
Thank you for panelists for very inspiring discussion. I would like to ask to Mr. Remy. You said before that in Asian region there is agreement of digital economy, right? And I would like to know more about that. Could you please explore what's the key points of that agreement and what's the benefit for Indonesia? And I have another question regarding about Asian region development of AI. We know that Indonesia currently as popular with, not popular, but it is like the data show that Indonesia is the biggest market in digital economics, right? In ASEAN. And we are the leader of the digital economy in ASEAN in terms of the market itself. But in reality, if we talk about come back to, like for example, SMEs, manufacturing SMEs, so on, you know, we developed the research about the readiness level of manufacturing SMEs last year. And the result is that about 82% of manufacturing SMEs in Indonesia is still in learning stage. It means that they cannot be able to apply the digital technology. If we talk AI, it's like a jump. You know, a reality, they still the gap. We cannot talk about AI because they're still learning about, say, basic technology, digital technology. Let's say automatic technology and so on. So how do you? I mean, in ASEAN, you said that there's a lot of gap in terms of digital technology, right, in ASEAN countries. Now, how do you think, or what the strategies do you think is appropriate for ASEAN countries? Like, we need to catch up the digital capacity in terms of AI itself, to apply AI, because in reality, in the society, especially in Indonesia, we talk about AI, but in reality, we cannot apply that. We still learn about the basic technology. So, what do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this question. If we have another, we can have 2 or 3 questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ade. Actually, I'm a friend of Carlos. Help him to just take. Actually, my question here is is still related to the previous questions. But I want to distinguish between AI and the robot. Yeah, it's 2 separate things. But in the future, yeah, it will integrate into one, which is like the movie Terminator. Yeah, I mean, we just talk. I just had a discussion with my friend this morning. Maybe the future is going to be like the movie Terminator. We have the Skylab as an enemy. Yeah, but again, my question that keep turning around in my mind, you know, whether are we going into divergence or convergence regarding the development of humanoid. Yeah, I would call it as humanoid because it's the integration between robot and AI. Are we going to converge or divergence? Because it seems that only a big, large-scale companies that can only adapt this high tech. Meanwhile, the SME will not be able because in terms of the capital and also the human resource that hasn't met up into the requirement of having this advanced technology. That's my question. And in terms of whether the government will protect the SME or just leave it on the law of the jungle, where the strong will just survive and the small just extinct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So another question or short comment? Okay, panelists, so you want to answer this question?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. So I'll answer it one by one. Right, first about DEFA. Right, what is the background of DEFA? So it started actually in 2021 during COVID. So there was this roadmap called the Bandar Seri Begawan roadmap, which is Bandar Seri Begawan is the capital city of Brunei, Darussalam. So we call it, in short, we call it as BSBR lah. So in this BSBR, we agreed that all ASEAN agreed to start negotiating the first digital economy framework agreement, right? Noting that the necessity to further push regional economy integrations, right? And I mean, before that, we just concluded the ASEAN Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, lah. But that one is a normal trade agreements. And then we decided that we need to have a digital economic agreement in ASEAN, right? Because based on our studies, which we conducted in 23, that if we can have DEFA, we can double the value of ASEAN digital economy, and all ASEAN members will benefit. Although the most beneficiaries are actually from the emerging economies, which they can actually benefit up to 6.5 times when they actually adopt DEFA. So these emerging economies, I would say countries like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and also Vietnam. Right? So when we actually presented this finding 2 years ago, yeah, there was some concerns that whether that ASEAN DEFA can only benefit the advanced economies. But with that findings that we had, that it will actually benefit more emerging economies rather than advanced economies. So that's why we actually get to conclusion that we can start negotiating DEFA. So there are 9 chapters in DEFA: digital trade, digital identity, cybersecurity, online safety, and then we have cross-border data flows, competitions, fair competition as well. So all these, oh yeah, before I forgot, for the first time we actually include cooperation on emerging topics, which specifically focus on AI. So we actually embed the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance Frameworks within DEFA to be as our main reference for all the member states. So I know this sounds very high level, right? And this, then now we go to the second questions that you highlighted just now. The reality is different, right? At the ground level. So that's right. So for ASEAN's, okay, our approach is right. We need to have a binding commitment at the high level, and then comes to the best part, which is the implementation parts. So this is where we need to equip and capacitate all member states, especially Indonesia. Like you said, Indonesia is the biggest digital economy market in ASEAN. So, but then being the biggest market has to go along with have a business-friendly policies, right? So we need to have more business-friendly policies. I mean, to be more open economies, right? And trying to balance between the economic benefit versus its risk. So that's why I highlighted on our AI governance framework, the data governance, right? So to benchmark ourselves, I think it's good to refer to some indicator. For example, the IMD World Competitiveness Ranking. That will be a good indicator to know whether you have a business-friendly policies or not, right? So it's one of the indicator that we can refer to. And second point that I want to highlight, how can we equip ourselves? So within ASEAN, I mean, this is within the digital economy sector. So to have an effective AI governance in the regions, right? And this is applicable to all member states. And of course, we need to promote. I'm sure that every countries in ASEAN, they want to have AI sovereignty, right? So it's very important topics. So when you talk about AI sovereignty, it's about data localization, location of computing facilities, and how can, and there's some reluctance between the member states to share between data between across the borders. So how can we do this? How can we solve this? So this is still at the exploratory stage, but we are actually exploring the idea of decentralizing AI, right? So how, what does it mean, decentralizing AI? So that means that we understand that you can actually have your AI infrastructures in the regions, and rather than, and then we create some interoperable measures, right? So that your national data, your personal data remains within the border, and I think we develop a mechanism, right? For example, on the ASEAN data management framework, our operational framework on global CBPR. So we have some measures to ensure that data, when moved across the border, has some degree of protections, right? So this is one of the ideas that we are exploring right now. And second, on the effective building block for AI governance. So I would categorize this to three layers. First, the foundational layer. Second, on the adoption layer. Third is on the acceleration layer. So for the foundational layer, you need to have your national AI strategy. Of course, number one, you need to have your institutional body who can implement AI strategy in the country. And third is data governance. You notice or not, data governance is highly mentioned here. So it's very important. One, the foundational block for effective building block of AI governance. Then you move, if you have these three, you move to the adoption. So adoptions is where you put, you implement the local guidelines on AI governance and ethics, right? So you can have your national guideline on AI governance and ethics, and you can have your own approach, right? But yeah, try to balance between the innovations and the economic benefit. Second, you need to educate your workforce and also education, which highly mentioned by our panelists. And finally, on the partnerships, right? So you need to promote public-private partnership. So finally, the third building block is acceleration. So acceleration is doing more public awareness, civil engagement, right? So that will ensure that whatever we discuss at the high level is being implemented at the ground level. So that's one of the issue. I think this is common issue in within government policy space, right? Higher level implementation it's not being implemented at the ground level. And finally, you have to have international partnerships, right? Promote harmonizations. Within DEFA, we actually emphasize more on interoperability, right, rather than harmonization. Because if you want to wait for harmonization, it will take a long time to negotiate, to conclude DEFA. But if we can have interoperability, you can have your own system within your country, as long as it's interoperable with other countries. Yeah. So I hope I answer your question. If not, let's have discussion after this. Right.
Thank you.
Short comment to question number one on this short. Yeah. Yes, you're right that Indonesia is the biggest market for digital economy. But if you see the digital economy index 2023, Indonesia is still number 50. So it is still the preparation classification, still in the preparation. So our homework is still many homework to increase this index of the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe final comments, so we have to close the panel, but please.
Okay. Responding to your questions, Pa, it's very interesting. The answers is it's really mixed results. East Asia countries, probably countries that have high accelerations in terms of AI and digital transformations. Taking some random metrics and indicators, 10 years ago, we never imagined that China is leading EV and solar panel, right? 10 years ago, we never imagined that Singapore and Malaysia will be among the largest. Singapore now contributing 10% to the wafer fabrications in semiconductors, Malaysia contributing 5% to assembly testing and packaging in semiconductors. Couple years ago, we never imagined now Taiwan becomes the largest semiconductors productions. A couple years ago, we never imagined that Southeast Asia will be in map of digital trade and digital innovations. So this is something that I think The key is on the three things. One is on constructive regulations and innovations. The second one is digital infrastructure and excluding AI innovations. The third one is human capital developments. I think we should learn from the success story from South Korea, China, and Taiwan in terms of digital and AI development. Thank you.
Thank you for this very optimistic note, interesting note. In a couple of recent events on panels and discussions on AI that we've been part of, somebody will say in the panel or in the audience, oh, this discussion contributed to my confusion. But today we're lucky that that was not the case. And we have a lot of elements to incorporate into the report and also for ASEAN policies, Indonesian policies, and for your book. So thank you very much for being part of this panel and for everybody. Thank you very much.
I think in the previous session, we talked a lot about the digital economy and digital technologies. So this first presentation will focus on the hardware technologies, on the hard tech, on manufacturing. And the intention of this policy brief that was developed mainly by my colleagues Mateus and Niels and Haitian and Hauju and Marco is to investigate what is the role of industrial policy and within that of manufacturing and the resilience, both social resilience and economic resilience of Southeast Asia. And of course, we're thinking a lot about the role of manufacturing in Indonesia. So the presentation is like this. The policy explores how industrial policies can strengthen socio-economic resilience in an era of global shocks. And like the other policy briefs, we integrate the findings and the data from the Lloyds Register Foundation Global Report to present some of the implications, but also we use some case studies from Southeast Asia. And the idea is to come up with some suggestions about how governments can safeguard livelihoods, secure supply chain, and sustain economic growth. So this is in a nutshell what the policy brief tries to do. So it's the policy brief that you have, summary of which you have on your printouts. Now, what do we mean by industrial policy? That is the first thing. What are we talking about here? Many people have different views about what industrial policy is. I mean, the most basic definition is the policies for industry. But a more technical definition perhaps is by Professor Chang, who defines it as those policies that affect particular industries and firms and their components to achieve outcomes which are perceived by the state to be efficient for the economy as a whole. So he talks about some decisions that the government needs to make about which industries are important for the economy as a whole. Now, what we're trying to do in our work in Cambridge at the Institute for Manufacturing is to work with governments around the world, as well with international organizations, not just in the UK, but around the world. We have worked in around 20 countries on issues related to industrial and innovation policy, including here in Indonesia with our work 5 years ago with the Asian Development Bank and other collaborations that we have with the ASEAN Secretariat, and now our partnership with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So it's a topic that is really close to our heart. It's the topic that we work probably the most on our day-to-day work. And at the Institute for Manufacturing, we have a dedicated unit working with governments around the world on this topic. Now, the context of this, why is this important? Why do we need to think about industrial policy when we think about socio-economic resilience? And it's because we have several crises that have been affecting our economies. Health crisis, geopolitical risks, and environmental risks. This region is disproportionately affected by natural disasters. And we know that the number of natural disasters is increasing around the world. So this is not a question of whether our economies will be affected by natural disasters, but when is going to happen. We know earthquakes are coming, we know floodings are coming, and other potential disruptions related to health as well. And when we think about this crisis, why do we need to think about manufacturing? Well, in the work that we've done with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, with UNIDO, we look at the role of manufacturing to absorb these shocks. And the first thing is that we need to recognize, and I think we all learned this, that manufacturing is critical because it supplies goods that are critical to life and national security. So manufacturing firms are the ones that give us the processed food that we need for our day-to-day, medicines, clothing, fuel, etc. And therefore, a minimum capacity in each of our countries is quite relevant to withstand any holds, especially when supply chains are disrupted. This is the same not just for our day-to-day, but also national critical infrastructure, including transport, electricity, communication, and defense. You might recall during the COVID pandemic, some companies were trying to get spare parts around the world in suitcases, just to keep some of our electricity generation systems running. So it was quite critical that we didn't have some manufactured components to keep us provide the electricity that we needed in hospital and our homes as well. Now, the second one is manufacturing is critical to tackling emergencies. So every time we need an emergency, or we face an emergency, we need certain goods available very quickly in our countries. Obviously, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we needed some personal protection equipment, some medicines, some face masks. But depending on the type of emergency, these goods change. So for example, Japan is thinking about the next big earthquake, and what are they going to need? They're going to need a lot of tents. So they need to think about who are going to produce these tents, how fast they can procure them when this next big earthquake comes, and how are we going to distribute it to the different regions of the country. So we need certain manufacturing capacity for those critical goods, whether it is tents or equipment to fight floodings or the next potential health hazard. And number three, manufacturing is critical to the economy because of the reasons that we mentioned before in terms of its contribution to productivity, to well-paid jobs, and to economic growth in general. But yeah, let's remember that most of the trade, most of the things we export are still goods, are still physical goods. Without that manufacturing capacity in the country, the trade balance is affected, our balance of payment is affected, and potentially the currency exchange as well is affected. So in a number of countries, manufacturing industries, especially in times of crisis, from Korea to Singapore to Switzerland, manufacturing is the one that, as borders open, is the first one to rebound as well. So it was the driver of the economic recovery during the pandemic, and basically in every crisis as well. We saw that in the economic crisis, and it's typically the case, is the pockets of resilience that countries have in terms of economic activity. So now, what we found in the report is that what we try to correlate is the World Risk Pool data. So you have the World Resilience Index on the y-axis, and the UNIDO Competitiveness Industrial Performance Index on the x-axis. So the key message is that stronger industrial performance correlates with high resilience. So those countries that did better in the UNIDO Performance Index on the y-axis and the x-axis, about how well they do in terms of manufacturing exports, how sophisticated their manufacturing products are, and how diversified their export markets are, the more score highly in the resilience index. So this is just, again, a typical correlation. It's not causation, but what we observe is an interesting correlation that stronger manufacturing countries are better prepared to absorb shocks and crises. Now, this is very interesting as well. Many people think, especially perhaps in Europe, that manufacturing jobs are not safe, that manufacturing jobs are going to expose you to some danger, that something is going to fall, or that you're going to be exposed to certain dangers given that you're interacting with machines. But in reality, the World Risk Pool found that manufacturing has lower injury rates because they have to go to strict safety rules and automation. And also, I think Marco mentioned this morning about financial security. So the poll asked people, how many of you can withstand 3 months without income? And those people that are working in service sectors, especially lower skilled service sectors, they really have lower resilience in terms of economic, in terms of financial income. So they cannot really survive for more than a few weeks or a few days. Whereas in manufacturing, 72% of the respondents said in the region that can cover 3 or more months without income. So they managed to save because manufacturing pays a little bit higher than average. Now, workers and discrimination and mental issues. We probably don't think too much when we talk about safety. We just think about physical harm, but actually we need to be thinking about psychosocial harm. So mental health issues and discrimination in the workplace. And again, manufacturing reports less discrimination due to strict labor standards, especially obviously when it's formal manufacturing industries. Mental health is also supported because of formal, stable manufacturing jobs are linked to fewer serious mental health issues. Obviously, when you have an informal job, you are more exposed to these kind of issues. So you can see manufacturing being at the top of those rankings compared to other industries like mining, agriculture, construction, and fishing. And manufacturing continuously improves itself. So in terms of safety, over 40% of manufacturing employees now feel safer than 5 years ago. So again, this is quite striking in the difference you can see here in the graph, how manufacturing is at the top. So again, because when you get to manufacturing firms, you are trained about safety, most likely. You're going to have certain established routines and certain established regulations that are implemented continuously. And some industries, obviously, that is even more the case. Some industries are still behind. There's varieties within manufacturing sectors. There's very stringent industries like pharma, like aerospace, like automotive, not only because the companies require them, their employees to do it, but because their clients ask the suppliers also to comply with these regulations in order to participate in the supply chains. Keep doing that. Now, we heard all of these potential benefits of manufacturing, but also we need to think about the risks. So manufacturing sectors, because it's now more global, more connected, and more dependent on just-in-time supply chains, it has a number of risks. Supply risks, if someone, because manufacturing firms try to reduce the amount of inventory they have, if one of my suppliers cannot provide some of the inputs, but because I have very little inventory, then I'm going to have to stop producing. And this happened many times. For example, when they're having the floodings in Thailand, many factories in Japan closed because they couldn't get the components. So it has big ramifications in terms of supply risks. Operational risks we saw during the pandemic. People couldn't just go to the workplace, so we couldn't produce some of the basic essentials, including food. So closing an operation that requires presence, you cannot work from home when you're in a manufacturing facility, right? You need to go and interact with the real world. And finally, demand risk. Of course, we have a number of demand variations. People change the way they consume. And we have also issues when there's a crisis, people buy less. And that has disruptions in terms of demand. So how do we deal with this disruption? So what we do in the report, and we invite you to look at it and to comment on it. And if you have some case studies, please share with us. I think the ASEAN Secretariat has already shared some of the case studies. So what we try to understand is what kind of policies, what kind of examples of activities the countries can do to tackle these risks I've just been through. And what we do is revise 6 case studies in the Southeast Asian region. First of all, policies to promote local production. So obviously you are very aware of what's going on here in Indonesia in terms of increasing the value add to the extraction of mineral resources. Of course, the case of nickel, the domestic smelting capacity has increased dramatically by a factor of 10, attracted foreign direct investment, including from China, and generated new downstream industries. So by having more of the value added in the country, you increase the resilience of your operations. And this is another example very well known in the region, Singapore 30 by 30, very challenging target that they have set themselves, but they want to produce in such a small country, in such a small area, 30% of their food by the year 2030. Very difficult to do, but they think it's critical to increase the resilience in terms of having local production of food and not depending on other countries, especially when there's disruptions. Second one is policies for more efficient and sustainable use of industrial resources. So Philippines has done a lot of work in terms of e-waste management, including with the support of UNIDO, to formalize recycling, equip informal workers with safety gear, create cooperatives that recover valuable metals. And this is part of a wider initiative for promoting circular economy. Vietnam, eco-industrial parks. I think this is something of interest also for Indonesia in terms of the industrial park development that is taking place in the country. How can you use that agglomeration of companies that come in one location to reduce their resource consumption? How do you make symbiosis between companies so that one input from one company or one waste from one company is an input for another? And you see some of the results there that Vietnam has achieved. And finally, we have policies to adapt the production base to the green transition, very much related. Obviously, Malaysia's EV transition, the low carbon mobility blueprint, and the 2023 energy transition roadmap, obviously attracting some of the investment from BYD, assembly plants, and also the national company as well. Charging station, supporting the deployment of cars, electric vehicle cars, reducing the emissions from our transport sector. And finally, Thailand's low emission rise. So this is another project supported by German funds, which combines the use of new technologies to promote higher productivity, but lower emissions as well in rice production. And the idea is also to bring smallholder outreach and financial incentives. So these cases just illustrate some of the things that governments can do in terms of industrial policy to increase their resilience, to tackle those risks related to manufacturing operations that we've presented. And just to conclude, these are the policy recommendations that the team describes in the policy brief. First of all, industrial policies can boost resilience and support a green transition, socio-economic resilience, both from social side, from the economic side as well, by promoting localization, but we can localize everything. One country cannot produce everything that it needs. It's just not possible. So we need to think about different options like redundancy, so that redundancy means we don't depend just on one supplier. Maybe we have different supply options from different countries. So if one country is disrupted, we have another supplier. Diversification, so we don't depend on just one market. Perhaps you have different markets, so when demand disruptions occur, you're prepared and you don't face so much disruptions and job losses. Second is ensuring manufacturing delivers high quality, safe jobs amid technological change. And we have another initiative looking at the new risks that the use of manufacturing industries have in factories. And UNIDO is also involved in the Lloyds Register Foundation as well. We have published a manifesto for global industrial safety. We invite you to check it in our website. But the idea is that things will change in the way that manufacturing takes place in the factory. It will create new risks for workers. We need to understand what those risks are and start thinking about how to reduce them. Too many people die in factories around the world, and we need to reduce that as a matter of urgency. And number three, driving greener, more resource efficient production. Not just because it's good for the environment, but it's also good for business, and it's good for competitiveness. Those companies that don't adopt green practices are not going to be competitive, consumers are not going to buy from them, and they're not going to be allowed to participate in global supply chains. So that is the end of the presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the people who collaborated in this, especially UNIDO colleagues. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hanlin Zhang, and standing with me is Jiaqi Li. So we are interns from UNIDO. As you can tell, we are visibly very young. So please forgive us or correct us if we made any mistake in our presentation. So we are extremely honored to contribute to this project about workplace safety in Southeast Asia. So allow me to introduce the outline of our presentation. We'll start by introducing the background of the research, Then we'll be delivering the key results and messages. We will end with policy recommendations, and we have a Q&A session. So I'll first start by introducing the background of the research. So what are we looking at? We're looking at two very important ILO conventions, where ILO stands for International Labor Organization. So the two conventions we look at are number 155 and 187. So they talk about occupational health and safety challenges. So why are these issues important? Occupational health and safety are key to decent employment and sustainable economic growth. However, it is estimated that nearly 18% of the global workforce reported experiencing workplace harm between 2021 and 2023. In Southeast Asia, this issue is particularly urgent because we have rapid industrialization here, and the labor market shift is bringing new challenges to the workplace safety. So how are we approaching this? We have three main sources. First of all, the World Risk Pool, where people share their perceptions and experiences about their attitude towards risk. Second one is the Normlax, which is an information system on international labor standards. Last but not least, we have consultation with regional and international stakeholders to ground our research in real-world context. So let me share with you some key findings from our analysis. First of all, Southeast Asia has low rates of reporting workplace harm, and also participation in OSH training is low, where OSH stands for Occupational Safety and Health. So I'll walk you through the graphs in further detail. In the left panel, it talks about reporting harmful workplace experience. We see Southeast Asia is there. The number is 48%. So how is it doing? If we compare it to some highest level in the world by Australia, New Zealand, and North America, which are 80%, you know the Southeast Asia figure is significantly lower. Even comparing to global average, that number is 51%. So we can say that Southeast Asia is slightly falling behind in terms of reporting workplace harm. On the right panel, we share data on reception of OSH training because it's so important. It equips workers with skill sets and knowledge that prevents them from getting injured. We may see that globally that number is only 33%, which means that only 1/3 of the workers globally receive such training regularly in the past 2 years. If we look at Southeast Asia, the number is 21%, which is even lower. The second trend we identify is about gender. So it seems that in Southeast Asia, women are less likely to report workplace harm and to participate in OSH training. So let's first start by looking at the left panel, where you see the reporting of workplace harm. You see Southeast Asia is here. 43% of women report, while 48% of men report. So there is a gender gap. Okay, so it's larger than the global average, where you roughly achieve a gender parity in terms of reporting workplace harm. You also have a closer look at all the Southeast Asian countries, where you may identify some countries with very high gender gap, including Thailand, Cambodia, and Philippines, where the gender gap is more than 20%. And interestingly, in Malaysia and Indonesia, women are more likely to report workplace harm than men. We still don't know why. On the right panel, we have this data on reception of OSH training. So again, when we look at Southeast Asia, 25% of women received OSH training, while 34% of men received such training. So again, gender disparity, and slightly larger than global average, which is also rough parity. If we look at each specific Southeast Asian countries, some countries stand out for having slightly larger gender gap, including Cambodia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Thailand. So that's everything that data has to show us. And later, I think my colleague Jiaqi has something to tell you about ILO conventions and what kind of role does it play here.
So thank you, Hanling. And as now we also have one expert from ILO sitting here, I hope that I'm presenting these findings quite compelling so that everyone can understand. So we all know that obviously institutional frameworks are crucial for enhancing occupational safety and health. That's for sure already, because they could protect lives, foster well-being, but most importantly, promote productivity in work. And I think that's what most of the entrepreneurs care about, right? So, and as we have briefly mentioned, we, in this research, are looking at ILO Conventions 155 and 187. So what's the difference between these two? Convention 155 was adopted earlier in 1981, which is actually quite early. And it sets out a prescriptive regulatory approach, requiring countries to formulate clear national OSH policies, build robust enforcement mechanisms, and also ensure provisions for protection of workers, especially, for instance, including the right to withdraw from unsafe work, because you don't want to be stuck there if you actually encounter incidents, right? So Convention 187 was introduced later in 2006. It complements this by emphasizing the promotional approach. It advocates fostering a culture of preventive safety, establishing national OSH programs involving a tripartite advisory body at national level, and also implementing systematic monitoring and evaluation. And we will introduce quite soon why this culture is very important, because sometimes you know that people know some conventions exist, but if you don't talk about it and there's no environment around you, then you won't actually implement this, right? So that's why we see, that's why we see that ILO conventions actually are quite important to encourage countries to formalize their commitments to OSH at a very high level. So here what truly drives progress is actually the timing and level of ratification of these conventions. And as we have investigated further in our research, the ratification level of these two conventions, we found that early ratification is associated with better workplace outcomes. And as I recall from one question from the audience this morning, yes, we are here only demonstrating the correlational effect, not the causal effect. Still, we see that workers in countries that have ratified these two conventions earlier are less likely to experience workplace harm or express concerns about occupational risks. And workers in countries that ratified these conventions earlier are also more likely to report workplace harm and more likely to participate in training. So we sort of confirmed this assumption that, yeah, it's not only about the numbers of incidents at workplace, but really how people are reporting these incidents. So we see that whether the convention is prescriptive or promotional, as you can see, there's two sets of graphs. The act of ratifying internationally recognized standards is very important and appears to catalyze a long-term effect of a positive work cultural shift towards transparency, prevention, and safer work environments. Although now I would say that as like a researcher, actually from the research, you know, some significance level here that we can talk about later. And so, more specifically, we are trying to present to you an overview of the extent of ratification and also implementation of this. So, as shown in this table here, we evaluated the situation with a set of criteria. And with green, it means it's fully adopted, orange means partially adopted, and then red means there's no signal of adoption at all. So here we see that 4 countries have ratified Convention number 155, while 8 countries have ratified Convention number 187, which is actually a bit counterintuitive, because people will usually assume that if the convention was adopted earlier internationally, then it should be adopted more across the region. But I think it's essentially because of that promotion of work culture, because obviously from the previous introduction, we see that 155 is more rigid and more demanding. Very nicely, that there are actually 3 countries, Laos, PDR, Vietnam, and Singapore, who have ratified both conventions. So I would say they reflect a very strong institutional wish. And here you see Thailand trying to ratify this year or next year, so also very good. And we're also seeing a green light for Indonesia, because obviously I think it's doing well in all of the criteria, except for the fact that it's not adopting Convention number 155, but that's understandable. So we see that gaps actually remains, particularly in establishing effective national OSH programs, robust national tripartite bodies, and reliable recording and monitoring system. Because as I said, sometimes we know that ILO conventions are there, but if people are not really talking about it, or if the convention or like a national tripartite advisory body was mentioned once in like a very formal legal document, buried actually in an internet corner, you would actually not actually talk about it later on. So, with this research, we're really trying to show that this ratification level at the government level is very important. What we recommend first is obviously the act of ratifying both conventions. Of course, from our interview with the stakeholders, we recognize that it might be quite difficult or challenging for small or less developed countries, given the resource-intensive nature of these commitments, especially for 155, because as we said, it's quite demanding. But at the national level, ratification remains a quite good signal of comprehensive, let's say, institutional dedication of workplace safety. So it's a very good signal. At least if you're hurt in your workplace, then you can talk to your boss and say that, oh, this is actually written in our national legal document and is ratified. Otherwise, you know, I feel like you will have like a weaker backup of your arguments. So in many contexts, even ratifying the Convention 187 alone can be quite meaningful, so that it can promote this culture of prevention. And this is precisely why we seek to understand that, the improvements countries could make by looking at that matrix. So apart from that, establishing or revitalizing tripartite advisory body can also be very important, let alone the gender-specific risks being addressed in safety programs so that we can create an equitable workplace. But I think this is really mentioned in many research, and here we're really just highlighting this aspect with a very evidence-based approach. So finally, aligning with global initiatives other than maybe ratifying the ILO conventions, like what we cite here, such as the Industrial Safety Manifesto, so that the Southeastern nation could actually benefit from this international expertise and people can share about these best practices across the region. And with that, I would like to conclude our presentation. On behalf of our team and also in collaboration with our partners in Cambridge and other sites, we look forward to continue this dialogue with all of you here on site and online. Not only our partners from national governments, but also from all industries, scholars, or representatives of other enterprises. I think together we really believe in this commitment in advancing occupational safety and health outcomes future for our workers in the countries and in the region. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kafi. I'm a consultant for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. I am also a proud student of Hajunchang, which I'm very happy that Professor is being referred in the first presentation from Mr. Carlos. I would like to ask more deeply about the industrial policy itself. When you talk about industrial policy, we mainly know that the justification or why do we need to conduct the industrial policy, but maybe we should take a deep dive more into how can we do the industrial policy. As we may know that in the morning, Professor Mike Gregory also already presented that most of the developed countries are already trying to adopt the industrial policy itself, trying to promote their champions in their own local regions. I just want to know about how does the countries like Indonesia or any developed countries can adapt to this kind of situation, since we do have some limited resources compared to those developed countries. And yeah, this might be very related to the how can we keep the risk lower, as we all know people are trying to get more localized even more. Thank you so much.
Shall we take another question? Well, let me have a go. But I mean, thank you so much for your question. I think we have been working with Professor Chang for a while, and actually he's good friends of Professor Gregory. I think, yeah, you're right, the implementation is an important point. And the book, Innovate Indonesia, what we try to do is to have 5 areas of work. Not gonna go through all of them, but what we try to do is to have specific cases about how this implementation work in different countries. So for example, one of the interesting things that we have been discussing is looking at cheap technologies and how it can be used in smaller companies, so low-cost technologies that can be used more or less cheaply and easily by companies. So we looked at who is doing this around the world. So we looked at examples in Singapore, there were some examples in Japan, and even in the UK. It seems that this is just for big companies, the new technologies, but actually, just because it's cheaper, the sensors, the actuators, some of the IoT technologies can actually be taken up fairly quickly by companies as well. You said Indonesia has limited resources, and that is true, but manufacturing is growing a lot, as we saw this morning. It is the 12th largest producer in the world right now. So there's a lot of an industrial base that needs to be more efficient and more competitive and more open to new technologies. So even that question about what institutions in the country support smaller firms to adopt new technology, I think is a critical one that we have been also discussing with UNIDO. What question that we ask ourselves is how in other countries, SMEs, small companies, can access these technologies. What kind of institutions support them? Is it the universities? Is it public research centers? Is there dedicated centers on industrial technology? And we look at the different models of technology transfer, and we don't know which one necessarily is going to be the one that needs to be appropriate to Indonesia, but we will argue that it's important to understand international practices, study how they work, how much money they're spending, what kind of institutions are involved, looking if they have any evaluations of the impact that they have achieved. And I think from there, there's a lot of learning for Indonesia as well. I think there was another point, but I don't know if you want to say it.
Thank you very much. I'm from media. My name is Wela from ilive.id, local online publication in Jakarta. I would like to ask about the variable in the the variable from the data that you have been collected in Southeast Asia, talking about the disparity between each laborers in each country of Southeast Asia. Is it possible to comparing labor in Laos or Myanmar with Singapore or in Malaysia or in Indonesia, and how can we make it connected to each other to make it safer and more resilient, like you mentioned in the title of the papers? And also the second question is about, we're talking about the safer and more resilient Southeast Asia in industrial policy or labor regulations since the outbreak of pandemic COVID-19. I would like to see now, how can you make it comparison back in 2020 up until now 2025? Is it better or worse, or how do you see? Not to mention the conflict in the regional geopolitical tensions now in Russia and in the Middle East. How do you compare it now? Is it better or in the region? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. So if I may reform your question into 3 different sub-1. The first one is about the data, the variable. Second one is about the policy implication. And the third one is about the industrial resilience. So I think I'll take the first one. So regarding the data, how can we compare reporting or reception of workplace harm and OSA training across countries? Was indeed a challenging question before. But thanks to this world risk pool, which allows us to draw on micro level. So this data is collected by giving people survey in different countries asking them the question directly, have you experienced workplace harm in the past 2 years or before, or have you received OSH training in the recent 2 years or more than 2 years ago, or you don't remember, or you never received any such training? So by collecting this micro level data, we really get a chance to compare on individual level how different nations, citizens or residents experience workplace harm and how are they equipped by OSH training to mitigate the harm that it might cause. So I think that's about the data source question. And for the policy implication, I may leave with my colleague Yachi to respond.
Okay, that's interesting because I was about to answer the chronological question about the evidence. So I think policy recommendations wise, since we are doing this research, so we try to just draw insights from this one, right? So what I personally have observed is that, yes, sometimes like Indonesia or even Myanmar or Vietnam or Cambodia, like for countries or nations that have less resources, I see that the government have this very strong intention to at least talk about it or at least address them in the legal documents or just share that on some sort of platforms. What I wish to see more is how governments are following up to promote the transparency of the later implementation of the measures that they proposed that all levels should implement. And oftentimes I see that, I wish that there could be, like, for instance, more media cover. As someone from media, maybe this is something that we have to work together. If there's like more media cover of how governments are actually having, for instance, concrete programs and how is the program, we have like a set of evaluation matrix to see how well the programs have been implemented or something like that. And about the chronological question that I wanted to answer, I think time flies and obviously situation change very fast. From our poll, we only have, I think, data panel from 2021 and 2023, and we're already trying to compare these two sets of data and try to draw insights from that. And I believe that this world risk pool will continue to collect data in the next several years, and I'm sure that the insights will be more visible, or like it can provide us with clearer lessons in the next few years. And maybe Dr. Carlos will want to add something.
I think the question of whether we are more prepared now, did we learn from the pandemic, did we have better preparedness now? I think this is a question that many countries are asking themselves. And to be honest, I think that we're worried that many countries don't know the answer. And this is not just in Southeast Asian region, it's around the world. So, I mean, from our experience in the UK, there was a lot of interest in increasing the capabilities for things like medicines. So the UK invents many medicines in UK universities, but there's not so much production capacity. So many of the COVID-19 vaccines, even though wasn't invented or developed in the UK, like the Oxford vaccine, the AstraZeneca vaccine, it was produced in other countries, in Belgium mainly. The UK didn't have the capacity the manufacturing capacity to produce the vaccines, even though it was developed in the UK. So the idea was we need to have more manufacturing capacity around vaccines. But then, as you said, time passed quickly, things are forgotten, and there's no really a resilience strategy sometimes. And the question that many people are raising is, how do we have a functioning government that actually monitors resilience in terms of critical items? So at the very basic level, it's those items that I presented: food, medicines, national infrastructure that are critical to keep our energy system running, our telecommunications, our defense systems. And there have been some initiatives in different countries to try to monitor the preparedness to produce these risks, these critical goods. But I think your question is very good, because the answer is we don't know. And it is worrying, and we should do more about it.
Okay, one one more questions from the behind.
Thank you very much. My name is Mega. I'm from National Research and Innovation Agency. I'm from the Directorate of Economic Employment and Regional Development Policy. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was really interesting and very insightful. I have a little bit questions regarding your presentations. Have you ever tried to count the impact of the policy of your policy recommendation in this policy brief? I mean, for this, each of your policy recommendation, because it really relates to the effectiveness of the policy of the recommendation if it going to be implemented. That's only my questions. Thank you.
Now that's a good question. So what happens if they implement these recommendations? Yeah. Have we tested these recommendations? That's right. It's a very good question. I mean, well, it's difficult to know beforehand. One of the things that we try to do in our work is by looking at the international experiences, is trying to understand the impact that some of the actions have had in other settings. But that doesn't mean that the same impact will be the same in other settings. So part of the recommendation is always that we need to take into account the local context. For example, if we say that some kind of government institution needs to support resilience or technology transfer for small companies, it might be that in some countries you already have some institutions that are able to do that, but in other countries they don't exist. In some countries the universities need to do that. In other countries, the ministry has some technology centers and technology, like in Indonesia, there are some examples here on the Make It in Indonesia 4.0, for example, that have been collaborated with some companies. So it really depends on completely on the context, on the institutional makeup of each country. And we don't think that the recommendations are something that need to be adapted across the countries because, yeah, I think the colleague from ASEAN mentioned the difference in the readiness across the countries. So yeah, we don't claim this is policies that are very specific to the country and saying exactly what needs to be done and securing that this is going to be the impact. But what we offer is the range of options that governments can consider to address the different problems. We talk about the problems, we talk about the potential options, and what are the results of these options. And it's really for the local governments to decide what might work better in this particular context.
Thank you, everyone. We now have the last panel of the day, and it's my pleasure to have these distinguished panelists. So I will provide just a quick overview of each of our panelists. Ms. Simran Singh, she is the director for the ILO Country Office for Indonesia and Timor-Leste since February 2024. Before this, she previously served as the director for the ILO Country Office for Sri Lanka and Maldives for 6 years, from 2017 to 2023. Ms. Singh joined the International Labour Organization in 2000 in Tanzania, focusing on child labor and forced labor elimination for Anglophone Africa. In 2003, Ms. Singh moved to ILO headquarters in Geneva, continuing her work on child and forced labor, supporting programs in Southeast Asia and globally. She then served as senior specialist on fundamental principles and right at work, and she was based in the ILO regional office for ASEAN Pacific in Bangkok, Thailand. Ms. Singh holds a bachelor degree in anthropology and sociology from the Connecticut College in the USA and a master's degree in international development studies from the George Washington University from the US. Thank you for joining us today. We also have Mr. Prajedi Ari Nugroho, who is head of Center for Optimization of the Utilization of Industrial Technology and Industrial Services Policy. he inaugurated in January 2025 as head of the Center for Optimization of this center. Mr. Projadi is a senior civil servant who has served at the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia since 2005. Throughout his career, Mr. Projadi has held a number of strategic positions, including Director of Electronics and Telematics Industry and Head of the Sub-Directorate of the Metal Industry Development Program. He has also led several key units within the ministry. Mr. Projadi has a bachelor degree in electrical engineering from the Institute of Science and Technology National, and he has a master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Indonesia. In recognition of his dedication and service, he was awarded the Satya Lankana Karya Satya 10-year service medal in 2015 by the Ministry of State Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you for joining us today. We also have Mr. Hugo Nangolen, who is labor inspector from the Ministry of Manpower. Mr. Hugo is he's a norm inspector, and he holds a master's degree from the University of Indonesia, and he has a specialization in crane and heavy equipment, and also he's a welding inspector. So he also provides like a very practical perspective to this discussion. Thank you for joining us today. And finally, but of course not least, we have Dr. Surina Mokhtar. She's Assistant Director and Head of Science and Technology Division at the ASEAN Secretariat. Dr. Surina oversees the Science, Technology and Innovation progression under the Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation for the 10 ASEAN member states, well now almost 11, yeah. And prior to that, she served at several ministries in Malaysia and was once attached with the permanent mission of Malaysia to the United Nations, New York. With more than 18 years of proven track record in science, technology and innovation and capacity development and sustainable development, Dr. Surina was awarded the Outstanding Service Award as well by the government of Malaysia in 2014. In the UK, Surina was the Deputy Director for Cambridge AI Teams, where she facilitated the commercialization of more than 20 new technologies. She received the 2018 Innovate Youth Incubator Award in Washington, D.C., US, and Surina is a graduate technologist. She holds a Master in Philosophy and Conservation Leadership and a PhD in Engineering from the University of Cambridge. And yeah, we are very proud that she is a Cambridge alumna. Please join me in welcoming all the panelists. And we will start our discussion. So today we have been discussing different findings from the World Risk Poll. And obviously this can have many different implications, and obviously, as my colleague Carlos Lopez highlighted, this needs to be tailored to the specific context and the specific institutions in each country. But Surina, if I may ask first, what is the impact of using this type of data and the related research for policy?
Okay, first off, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for having me in this session. Well, that question on the WRP, World Poll Risk, I think when we use data from this poll, it really helps facilitate evidence-based policy making. Yeah? One that is not just technically sound, but also socially grounded. What I'm saying this, because when I look at the poll itself, my personal point of view, I indicate at least three things that really stands out, making this poll as the tool that can facilitate policy making. Number one, the type of data that being used in the poll. It is very people-centric. Yeah? They're really looking at the on the ground, how people feel and perceive risks, not just about what the expert thinks. That's number one. Number two, I think that the poll, I think the poll is truly global and comparable. Because if you look at the poll itself, it's very huge. I think this is one of the biggest surveys. We have on a global scale. We have 120 countries involved and 120,000 respondents involved in this poll. Yeah? The fact that the poll is using all the same questions throughout the survey, making it comparable, not just across nation, but across the region. And finally, what I like about the poll is that the type of risk that it covers, not just the normal or the common risks like the natural disasters, but it also look into the smaller risks, everyday risks like very small things that we might in the past may include in such poll, and also look into latent and emerging risks that it is not obvious for now, but it's coming our way. So in gist, I would say that this would be the value of WRP in facilitating evidence-based decision-making and policy-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Surine. And the same question to you, Ms. Simrin. For you, what is the impact, what is the importance of having this type of data and similar research?
So when we're talking with policymakers and businesses and also workers' representatives, everyone wants evidence-based, data to be able to inform policy, to negotiate, to make improvements, etc. So I think this is really an important part of that, having such a thing. But it is just a perception survey, right? And while everyone, policymakers, wants the data, the problem is OSH safety and health data does not exist properly. At best, you might get information on someone that has died, which I think you were giving the example of the nickel industry that expanded here in Indonesia and 29 deaths, and everyone is noting that. But the day-to-day hazards that are taking place, the accumulated hazards, whether they be mental health, whether or psychosocial, or whether they could be also accumulated with other kinds of occupational exposures, etc., are not documented very well. And I think we should really be looking for policy leadership in trying to gather that. Not a standalone safety and health survey, but there are so many other data points that one can use to collaborate or corroborate across to give a proper evidence-based picture. And one that's on time, not 5 years down the road, right? So of course there's labor force surveys here in Indonesia. You're collecting data every quarter. I mean, that would be great to have a few even more pertinent safety and health questions. Health data, even health services data. People, you go to the doctor, and now that health services are free, and at that point they ask you, the reason for your sickness, and then it just takes a little awareness, this culture of prevention, right? A little awareness from whoever's asking to be able to find out, well, could this be potentially work-related to some degree or have an element of that? And then thirdly, there's also the data that is collected from the health insurance. So it's not just about workman's compensation, which is at a stage where you've lost a limb or arm, etc., eyesight, but it's more of that data point that's already being collected across to settle medical expenses that can also capture it. So I think we need to be a bit creative. I'm sure there are different methods with digitalization and AI and different ways that we can also collect more real-time data, but I think it's very important that we prioritize this, because this has been talked about and talked about and talked about and talked about. I've been with ILO for, 25 years, like you were saying now, and from day one it's been not ILO talking about it, but we've been saying every single year we have World Day for Safety and Health. And everyone says, we need data. Okay, let's do it. It's about time.
Thank you. Thank you. And today we have also discussed the role of manufacturing in socioeconomic resilience, but also how different policies can support both manufacturing and in general socioeconomic resilience. So if I may ask Mr. Priyadi, Ari, what do you see as the more recent developments in industrial policy, but also occupational health and safety policy that may be contributing to this area?
Okay, thank you for the question. In general, the public place high expectation on the manufacturing sector to support socio-economic resilience including jobs creation, working safety, financial security, mental health, and overall safety improvement. By data, recent data on the manufacturing sector performance. In the first quarter of 2025, the manufacturing sector contributes 17.5% to Indonesian national GDP, making it the largest contribution among all sectors. From January to May 2025, the sector announced of 79.12% of national export, reaching 88.56 million USD. And it also attracts the highest investment with the rise investment reaching 179.7 trillion rupiah, or 38.6% of the total. Furthermore, the sector employed, for manufacturing sector, employed 19.6 million workers, becoming the third largest source of employment nationwide. These figures reflect the manufacturing sector's critical role in supporting Indonesia economic stability. Beyond number, it fosters job creation, drive innovation, and strengthen Indonesian independence. As a backbone of economic resilience, manufacturing continue to be a strategic pillar of achieving inclusive and sustainable growth. As we move deeper into the digital era, digital technology is increasing, expected to enable manufacturing sector. Well, by data, we already have 29 national lighthouse industry 4.0 companies in Indonesia, and we have got 2 global lighthouse, and we have 100 industry that have Indie Award certificate. Maybe it's late for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the same question, Mr. Hugo, do you see any recent policy developments that perhaps can contribute to stronger socio-economic resilience in Indonesia, or specifically on occupational health and safety?
Okay, thank you for the questions. First of all, our minister has programs to, for first one, to increase the compliance numbers of companies who related to the OSMS certification. And second one, also to revise the Act of 1/70 related to the occupational and health and safety. And then, of course, we need this data. It could provide us as a picture to improve the revise of Act of 170. And then our minister would also take a underline for reducing the number of accidents in Indonesia. I think it's our programs.
Thank you. And the same question, Dr. Surinat, do you see any policy developments in this area?
So yeah, I think this question is very timely because it was just 2 months ago we launched a very critical policy document. We call it the Framework for ASEAN Industrial Project-Based Initiative. In short, we call it AIPBI. So for this policy document, it was actually the brainchild of Indonesian government when they were chairing ASEAN in 2023. The ministers for industry, they come out with a declaration, ministerial declaration, wanting to come out with a solid framework for industries across 10 ASEAN, across some 10 ASEAN member states. Yeah? 2 years after that, it's just in May this year, we launched this framework, and I'm happy to report to you that this initiative was hugely backed and supported by the UK government. Yeah, right now we already have the framework available, and we are looking into implementing the framework. So the main aim of this framework in AIPBI, ASEAN Industrial Project-Based Initiative, is really to promote national and regional global value chain, and also to promote longer term and also more resilient future for the nation. And one of the things that we are doing through this framework is to really industrialize less developed areas. So please check out this newly launched policy document, and we look forward to work with more partners in implementing this framework. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this. And going back to the outcomes that we see in occupational health and safety, and also what was quite interesting from doing this research was also seeing how clearly there was a relationship on how, as like the longer countries have ratified any of these two ILO conventions, it seems that they tend to have better occupational health and safety outcomes. But at the same time, as it was presented, there are still some countries in the region that haven't ratified both conventions, and particularly Convention 155. So, yeah, Ms. Simbring, what barriers, what challenges do you see for both the ratification and, once these conventions are ratified, for the implementation of these conventions that are so important for occupational health and safety?
I guess the basic thing is that for those countries that ratified some time ago, they didn't just ratify and forget about things. It came with a package of services and capacity building and institutional setups like tripartite bodies where you negotiated things. It came with legislation that was very important. It came with training labor inspectors and others to have a look. So you do see immediate responses. It's not just some assigned declaration. There's actually required reporting against those ratified conventions that are examined by a committee of experts, and you know, NGOs, workers' organizations, or even business can come and complain and say government's not doing this, or and workers can say, oh, this company or this private sector is not doing this in adherence with those conventions. So ILO conventions have teeth. They're not just a declaration, and they have practical recommendations and tools that can be adapted by different member states. So I think that's a very, very important first step. What I find promising, though, it's not all dismal, is that all of those other countries in Southeast Asia now want to, and have started to ratify since the year 2020. Why do you think that is? The pandemic. Yes. That really, really gave a big push, and they realized how important it was to have safety and health, because it had a devastating, all of a sudden it was a responsibility of employers and manufacturing value chains. They had to make sure that the workers were able to come in, that were safe. It became urgent, or urgency was felt. So for all these years, while there might have been some degree of poor political commitment, or I wouldn't, for lack of a less diplomatic way of saying it, this really propelled a need to actually move forward on these issues. And also with all of the things that are happening with climate now, there's more of an awareness, and actually the ILO is working on coming up with a standard on biological hazards, which are quite important today. All of a sudden, if you're in farming and you didn't have bees and you didn't have snakes, all of a sudden, because of climate change, you have bees and snakes, and that's creating biological hazards for many of the workers. I'm digressing. But I think it's really, really important that countries do ratify, that they work to at least bring, if they don't ratify, at least bring their laws in line with them. And you know, the excuse you used to hear 10 years ago, 15 years ago, which is, oh no, you know, other countries industrialized so fast and they didn't do all of this. Why are you penalizing us to put all of these pressures in? And this is too expensive. You had businesses talking the same thing, saying, oh my God, this is too much. Why does business have to foot the expense of a workplace that's safe and do all of this? That conversation is not, you're not hearing it, just because there was a real shakeup again, partially because of COVID, but because of the reality of what's happening around the world and the vulnerability of many of the industries, the interconnectedness of globalized supply chains and trade. They've got to be above consumer demand that was being mentioned, also wanting to see that their products that they purchase are not made with dying and sick workers, etc. So I think it's very important. But even if you haven't ratified, update your laws. Hugo was talking about the law of 1970. Finally, the minister, who actually was on occupational safety and health tripartite body, which is another recipe, in his previous incarnation, Professor Yasirli, he has also very much prioritized the ratification, the implementation, updating the law, and we very well might see the ratification of the convention here in Indonesia by September, I think. We'll see. But I think there's really definitely a momentum now, and it's not just credited to Professor Yasirli, but all of these different factors, and the fact that they do have a tripartite body in place that is examining safety and health. So the mechanisms are there, the bodies are there to negotiate. The law is in the process, on the final stages of being updated. So good to go.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you for highlighting also that there are positive developments, that obviously the COVID-19 pandemic was a very challenging phase, but it's also good to hear that this also triggers some positive developments, and particularly for Indonesia and for the Southeast Asia region, but also highlighting how important it is, occupational health and safety is for socioeconomic resilience, for manufacturing as well. So yeah, and yeah, for strong global supply chain. But perhaps since we have a labor inspector in the panel, perhaps hearing from you, what are the challenges that tend to be more common in Indonesia for companies?
Okay, I think 60%, around 60% in companies in Indonesia are SME. That's why it's hard to comply to the regulation. Of course, because it needs some cost, and then safety culture. To build a safety culture, it would need a long time from the workers, from the education level, and then from the trainings. Maybe the government should give more subsidized or some kind of program to enhance it. That's why, and then we have big numbers of workers. So it's more difficult to set up and then to make them trained, all of them, maybe just around 15% totally. Most of them has not been trained, certification, for example, for operators, OS experts, and etc.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very interesting, and also it's illuminating to know on the ground what are the challenges also for the implementation of these conventions. And I mean, during the different presentations, the role of technology has been highlighted. So I wanted to ask Mr. Priyadi, what is the role of technological and innovation capabilities and the use of technology in general for enhancing safety and health outcomes?
Okay, thank you for the question. For technology, yeah. Okay. Several reports that some country in ASEAN, such as Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, have launched initiative to harness digital technologies. Instead, the role of manufacturing sector in driving national economic and enhance socio-economic. In Indonesia, we have launched Making Indonesia 4.0, launched by President in 2018. However, for 7 years, implementation of Making Indonesia 4.0 has not received the full positive feedback initially anticipated. Right now, we only have 1,288 manufacturing companies access using in the 4.0 framework, and only 100 get level in the of above 3, and 29 companies that have national lighthouse, and 2 companies get global lighthouse. According to a recent report by Ministry of Communication and Digital Affairs, Indonesia need approximately 12 million digital talent by 2030 to support digital economic growth, including manufacturing sector. However, current supply projection indicate that only around 3 million digital professional will be available. That means it's more than 9 million digital talent need until 2030. Maybe it's an education answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we close the panel, I just wanted to highlight a point on the gender gap that emerged from the analysis. We observed that women tend to report less than men and harm that they experience at work, but also they tend to participate less in occupational health and safety training. So perhaps I can start directing the question to you, Ms. Simrin, but also other panelists if you have any points on this.
I think part of the problem is collecting the data from women. And how do you better collect that data? Because access to them in many of these workplaces is not always that straightforward. There could be cultural barriers, et cetera, for them to even report. They could be digital barriers for them, depending on how surveys are conducted. So that's something to look very much at. I think also on training, we have to step back a bit, because when we think of training, we think of like formal training. You know, like you have someone accredited coming in and doing a training and then walking away and it works. No. Actually, the real training, and we all know this because those of us working, is the work on the work training, the work hand in hand and being part of the solutions to the problems. And so one of the key approaches that have been very successful we've seen around the Southeast Asia, especially, and given the different kinds of workplaces, whether there's medium, small enterprises, whether they're agricultural, plantations, or factories, is to have workplace committees that comprise of workers themselves that can voice some of the concerns, including that of women workers. And you know, usually when it comes to that, it's the biggest problem actually happens to be no bathrooms for women around, including for agricultural workers and plantations. So anyways, so you have these committees with workers' representatives as well as employers, and together they come up with their own tailored solutions. that don't require some very formal training, but they come at a good understanding of how to be able to affect and implement those changes. And this is very, very easy to do. It's done here in the plantation sector, the palm oil sector, as well as other areas. So I think we need to look at it from a different lens, not such a strict lens just of manufacturing. And I think also one key asset, apart from workers, representatives, and workplace committees, is definitely the role of business. It's something that we need to see how important it is for them to take a bit of a leadership role on all of this. Some of the other barriers, because to women, either being trained or working themselves, have to do with their care responsibilities. So I was talking to the Compass reporter a bit earlier on a different topic, but it was exactly on this issue that you have them leaving the labor market by 25 because they've just had children, and then they might work for a while, and then they'll leave it again, the workplace at maybe 40, because then they become a grandmother. So they've got to take care of other families, or become a mother-in-law, and they have to do all sorts of other things. So I think the fact that women don't always stay as long or consistently in the labor market also has a bearing on how much training or reporting they can do in certain sectors, and their voice needs to be heard that way. And I think some attention needs to be paid to those matters.
Thank you. Any views from the other panelists on this area?
Just a quick one. So I totally agree with your point, and thank you for sharing your insight. So the issue now is women report less, although not in all countries. But I think this is rather cliche, but this is the reality. Yeah, we need to create awareness. People need to know why they need to report. Yeah, what ILO perceive as hazard might be something that people on the ground feels like this is something that is normal. This is their day-to-day operation. This is their day-to-day, basis of work. In science and technology, I can see
I think it's a very positive note to close the panel on this, and obviously there are many challenges, but there are also very positive developments, promising policies, and also perhaps
Thank you so much. I mean, I would like just to hear more, perhaps, from Dr. Zurina on the agreements on industrial policy and manufacturing collaboration among ASEAN countries. You mentioned an initiative, but what is it specifically and practically, the steps that the member states are taking on industrial cooperation?
so. I don't want to really step on someone else's toes because this is another colleague of mine's purview, but I'll provide you with more information on this. For the purpose of this panel discussion, I would just like to provide you with a chronological history of this framework. As I mentioned earlier, it is AIPBI, ASEAN Industrial Project-Based Initiative. So for this AIPBI, when Indonesia was the ASEAN Chair 2023, ministers of industries, all 10 ministers, they would say they need to come out with a solid framework for us to industrialize the region in a way that we also enhance global value chain across all the region, which means to say that what they want to see is for the less developed region to stand on the shoulders of the more developed ones. Yeah? This is one of the principles of this framework. Although the chairmanship of Indonesia had passed 2023, This initiative was being followed up by the next chair and the current chair as well. The current chair is Malaysia, and as I mentioned, it was just last May, the framework was finally launched. As you might already know, in ASEAN, there's no veto. Everything is based on consensus. It took us more than 2 years to really come up with this framework. So right now, I'll provide you with more information on this. Right now, we are looking into implementing the framework to promote a global value chain and industrialize all ASEAN member states. Thank you.
A question for Ministry of Industry and also Ministry of Manpower. Our team is on digital and also safety and creating more resilient workforce. So I was wondering what are the policies in place from the Ministry of Industry side to promote the digital transformation, the use of AI to promote the industrial revolution, for example, especially for the Ministry of Manpower, how are our current government approaches to actually reduce occupational safety and health and related hazard by utilizing digitalization and especially the use of artificial intelligence, because right now with the number of, I think with the number of incidents, it will be very hard to monitor it manually. So how might the government promote the use of AI? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The policy for Ministry of Industry is the Making Indonesia 4.0, which embodies the updating of digital technologies in the industrial sector. I think digital technology plays crucial role in establishing reliable national recording on reporting system and digital enables real-time, data-driven, and more accountable occupational safety and health monitoring. The application of Industry 4.0 technologies, example, to enhance occupational safety and health performance in the manufacturer has already been widely implemented, particularly in companies. For example, PT Toyota Motor Manufacturer Indonesia and PT Kalbe Pharma, with strong digital infrastructure, Indonesia holds significant potential to become a regional role model for occupational safety and health implementation in the manufacturing across the ASEAN. Thank you.
Okay, from the Ministry of Manpower, related to the digital industry and the increasing of the numbers. Nowadays we have programs about Teman K3. It's called Teman K3. It's a portal which is you could do certification by online for lowest level until the highest level as experts, the highest level, and then it would collect the numbers of accidents and reporting, and then also numbers of personnel. About the program directly to watch the number of accident or the other, we still build it to the new program, and it's not written yet to the regulation or the governance regulation. And just temank3.kemnaker.go.id, it's all in one portal.
I think the question is on technology. I'd like just to quickly add to that. So technology-enabled OSH is really good. Yeah, we have thousands, if not million, technologies, new technologies in healthcare, early warning system that reduce harm and saves life. But I think we need to be also mindful that this kind of new technology can also create new risks and also create new vulnerabilities and new hazards, as what Dr. Carlos presented just now. So I think at this point of time, we need to be very careful in striking the balance between going for technology-enabled OSH and also preparing the regulation for these new technologies, because most of the time, since you mentioned about AI, this kind of technology is very, very rapid, and it most of the time outpace the regulation development. Thank you.
On that, like I said, we're already having trouble collecting data on regular, I don't know what, hazards and illnesses and occupational things. But right now we have such terrible data, even worse on mental health and well-being. And with this advent, and we know what happened with COVID when everything went online all of a sudden, we're seeing the effects on school children that were so isolated from social environments. So I think for any industrial policy in terms of training the workforce for digital careers and everything else, I think we do need to be mindful of making sure there's safeguards as well and in terms of mental health and well-being. I think that's a very critical area and use it to capture data or maybe make safe spaces, because even in the Western world or other parts, you are using some of these technologies to help people with mental health issues or to promote well-being and better health outcomes at workplaces. So it's being cognizant and not forgetting that this is a crucial part. It's not just about training a workforce in science, technology, or digitalization, or becoming AI, people, but also the human side of things.
Yes, I have a question for Shirin and the other members of the panel if there are additional comments. So we are receiving reports that in the morning we discussed about AI, but we are receiving reports that several companies are starting to use AI to control the office, to surveillance, the office workers. So what time they are entering into internet, so what kind of sites they are visiting, or installing cameras, so what is the ILO recommendation or policies regarding this?
Those are bad companies. We're not happy with those companies. That needs to be discouraged and that needs to be exposed. I mean, because this whole issue of privacy is very important in a safe working environment. And if you're constantly being monitored, including if you're going to the bathroom, etc., how many bathroom breaks you're going through, that's not okay, and that needs to be reported, which is why we always still talk about this worker-employer sort of platforms, that they can negotiate and figure those solutions out already at the factory floor or the workplace, as opposed to elevating it, involving inspection authorities, the police, labor, etc. So I think that's definitely not good. But AI is, should really be watched very carefully. There's nothing wrong with it. If it can be used for good, we should definitely do it, because there's so many gains for the workforce in terms of reducing or gaining accessibility to the labor market and more productive employment. But the other thing you didn't mention, Marco, is the fact that actually AI is also being used to promote discriminatory. So especially when it comes to human resource management. This is a real red flag for the ILO, because you all of a sudden immediately, everything's based on algorithms. It's not really based on age and competency, gender. I mean, it can automatically, based on how it's designed, eliminate older workers, women workers, you name it, or people from different ethnicities or religions. So I think it's something to really watch, be vigilant for, but you can't just watch it. You need a robust awareness and a reporting system or a safe place for workers to be able to voice concerns. The media plays a good role as well as exposing those things. But then an actual mechanism where this can be resolved easily.
Okay, so the issue about companies using AI to do surveillance and monitor employees, to be honest with you, when I first saw the footage, I was like, wow, this is good technology. Technology can finally do this. But on the flip side, deep down inside, I think this is not human. This is not good. I don't have an answer for that, but the thing that I want to share with you all here is that we need to use some technology, such as this one, just as a tool, not to control us. Yeah.
Thank you, Surin, and all the panelists. Thank you. I think this discussion has been very insightful. Thank you for sharing your different insights. And please, if you could join me in thanking the panelists.